Did that start? Does it do? Will it blend? I forget if I made it auto start on YouTube or not. It does auto start. Okay, cool. So we are live on YouTube. I mean, on the secret other platform. Cool. There we go. Hello, everybody. I'm going to continue working on my Silksong mod that I'm spending time on for some reason. I just wanted to do it, and so I'm doing it. I do need to close a bunch of projects though, because I have the wrong Unity project open. This is a different thing. I've been refactoring my Spline plugin again for like the 4th time, and I think I finally found a good structure for it, because Jesus Christ, I was kind of in like generalization hell. I had so many interfaces and like hierarchies of inheritance, and oh my god, it was a mess. But I think I have a design now that's really good, and I'm like 80% done refactoring it. So that's nice. Not that I'm using that for my Silksong mod though. I do need to figure out which project did I even have the... I think I only used Unity for the Silksong mod to get the to be able to use the UI builder. I think that's the only thing I use Unity for the Silksong mod. But it is kind of nice that like Silksong itself, I don't think they're using UI toolkit anywhere in the game. But it's possible to just shove a UI toolkit UI into Silksong, which I was kind of excited about because it's kind of neat that like that it worked in the first place. It's kind of nice. Okay, let me see if this works. Almost ready. Love a type hierarchy mess. See, the thing that got complicated with the Spline plugin is that it's such a general system because like you want to be able to interpolate different types of data, right? Like you have float, you have vector 2, vector 3, vector 4, or color, or like quaternions if you want to like interpolate rotations. So you kind of branch all of your different like types of splines into types for the data type you're interpolating, right? And then on top of that, there's also different types of splines. Like you have your Catmull-Rom, you have B-splines, you have Bezier curves, you have Hermite splines, and then I have some weird splines like rounded polylines, linear splines, catenary splines. And so all of these is like another layer, like it's a grid of like n by m of different cases for splines. Like, oh, I have a Hermite spline, but I have both a like Hermite spline for 2D data, and then I also have a Hermite spline for quaternion data. So like there's like multiple, like you multiply the different cases there. It's like a combination explosion kind of, or permutation, I don't know, whichever one works. And then depending on how I set it up, it could be another layer on top of that of like, okay, so I have cubic B-splines, but maybe I want to have quadratic B-splines, or I want to have like quintic B-splines. And then it's like, okay, now at that point, it starts to feel really uncomfortable to split this up into different types. Like maybe having that as separate types is a mistake and I should keep them as the same type, but I just have a field for the like degree of the spline or whatever. But then as soon as I do that, there's like a bunch of other side effects of like, if the degree of the spline is low enough, then certain things don't really exist anymore. Like you don't really have, if a spline is linear, it just doesn't really have an interesting value for curvature. It just doesn't. But if it's a 3D spline and it does have curved shapes, then curvature is a 3D bivector. But if it's a 2D spline, then curvature is a it's just a bivector with one value, right? And so there's like, oh my god, it's like this generalization hell where like figuring out how to put all of this together was surprisingly complicated. Every time I tried to set up a hierarchy of like responsibilities for the splines, I always ran into some silly thing where I had to like either duplicate the code or do like code generation to avoid duplicating code. Good lord, it was so tricky to get that to work nice. Anyway, so I ended up having this like huge code generation step, but the problem with the code generation is that like editing the stuff that the code gen outputs is really annoying because like I'm generating code by writing strings to a file, right? And writing code as strings sucks. Like it's horrible. Like it's not nice to write code as strings with no code completion or anything, right? And so that's not fun. And so that made it so that like any changes I do is really cumbersome and annoying. And also, this is just a stupid thing, but like, and also because that code gen was in the same assembly as the output of the code gen, if I had a compiler error in the output, I had to like discard those changes in version control in order to revert to a state where it compiles, where I can fix the code gen, and like, good lord. And then there's like, on top of this, Unity has an older version of C# that cannot deal with generalized math in a nice way. And generalized math is one of those things that is so nice if you have it, because then you kind of remove one of those layers. You can kind of like, one of all these multiplicative factors of different types of splines is kind of abstracted away. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, so that's been my past couple of days. But we're not going to do splines this time. We're going to do replay data. Silksong replay data. I have a quick question. My favorite live stream is when you work on half edge. When will that be back? Whenever I feel like working on it next. I guess right now I'm doing the Silksong replay stuff. I'll probably go back to half edge soon, depending on how long Silksong is going to keep me captivated for. We'll see. Okay, let me just switch screens. Wait, where am I? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Just realized I don't want Discord on my main monitor. There we go. Newer C# has generalized math? Yes. And it's beautiful. Let me show you an example. Where did I put that code? Did I even save it? It's probably not in this project. Or is it? Maybe? I mean, I guess I can just try. Okay, actually, let's make a... Oh no, we're gonna make a function. Okay. Let's see if it's possible. So let's say we want to make a lerp function. So we're going to interpolate between two values, a and b, based off of a t value. And those are going to be generic. So t is going to be the, or I'm going to do v for the value, and then n is going to be the number that we want to interpolate with, right? So let's see if we can do the constraints here. Oops. Oh, is it not in this project? I thought it was here. Hold on. Yeah, but it's not showing up. Am I missing an include? No, I think this might just be the wrong C# version on this project. I wonder if maybe it was the other project here. I think it is. Oh, actually, yeah. I think it was the wrong project. Yeah, here. Okay, spoilers. You know what? There we go. Okay, actually, just to wait, hello? Can I get some kind of syntax code highlighting indentation assist, or what's Ryder doing? Come on. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so let's say you want to write a lerp function in like a standard lerp. You would do something like, let's say it's a vector 3. And then you got vector 3, and then you have a float for the t value. And then you would do something like return. Which version do we do? I guess we'll do a plus b minus a times t. So this is one variant. You can also do the other one, which is like a times 1 minus t plus b times t. These are basically the same. There's some nuance in case there's like extreme values, and sometimes like you might want to make sure that when t is 1, it has to be exactly b. And sometimes when you use the second one, it doesn't always happen. So first one is a bit more safe in a way. But regardless, so this is how you would write a lerp function, right? But let's say you now want to do the same thing for different types of vectors. Like, okay, maybe you want to do this for a vector 2. But it's kind of annoying to have to like copy and paste this whole thing, right? Like you don't want to have to copy and paste for everything when this code looks exactly the same, regardless of like what vector you have here, right? Like it's all the same. Well, I guess vector 4 doesn't have one of these operators for some reason, but, oh wait, no, it's because of that. And there are ways to work around not having stuff like this, but they are kind of horrible. But in C# 11, I believe, they added a bunch of features that allows you to do stuff like this with generics. So what you would basically do is that, so let's say first we're going to make this one a generic. So we do lerp v. We could keep this one a float for now, because it was a float in all of these. And then what you can do, which is a thing that's only in C# 11, is that you can constrain specific types based off of what operators are allowed on that type. So you can do something like where v inherits from I addition operators. So we're going to constrain it based off of, can we add two of these types together with an add operator? Like, does it have an add operator that takes, you know, it's a binary operator. It has two values coming into it and another value coming out, and the value coming out is also a vector, right? So you basically have the input type, second input type, and the output type, and they're all vectors, right? Vector plus a vector is a vector. So we want to constrain the value based off of this because we are adding two vectors. We have this vector and this vector. And then we're doing another thing where we are multiplying a vector by a float because t is a float, 1 minus t is also a float. So we also want to constrain this type based on whether it has a multiply operator, where on the left-hand side we have the vector type, and then we have a float, and then the output is a vector. And there we go. We have now made a generic lerp method that just works. This is gonna be compiled for every type where this is valid. And that is so incredibly useful. Like it's wild to me that so many languages don't have stuff like this, and that it's taking Unity so long to not upgrade C#. But I think it's because they have this whole thing of like having to get rid of mono and implementing core CLR and all of that stuff. So it's taking a long time. But like this stuff, for anyone who's doing any kind of generalized math, this kind of stuff is incredibly powerful because it allows you to not have to duplicate your code all the time. And you can go even further with this kind of stuff too, where like you can take the float you have here, you can constrain this one too. Because like, what if you want to do the same thing, but you want to be able to use a double and not just a float? And you don't want to have to duplicate this for every different type of thing you want to shove into here, right? But we can constrain by that too. So instead of just writing float, we're going to have some kind of numeric type. I'm just going to call that n. And now obviously we need to change the multiply operator. We need to be able to multiply v by n and then return a v. But now it still doesn't fully work because we haven't constrained n enough for this to be a valid operation. And also we can't do 1 minus t because we don't know if this has a subtraction operator, right? So we need to do some more constraints here. So let's see. So we need to do minus here. So we need a subtraction operator. We're going to do subtracting, let's see. So this 1 we're going to have to change later. But let's pretend we can find the n version of this 1. So we're going to do n minus n should return an n, right? But this 1 still isn't cast to n. We don't know if this is possible to cast to n. But there is a thing in mathematics which is called the multiplicative identity. And by identity, it basically means like, let's say you have an operator like multiply, and you have some value v, and you multiply that by x. What is x in such a way so that v times x equals v? And for multiply, this is 1, right? X has to be 1 in order for v times x to be v. And you can do the same thing for addition. V plus x equals v. So that means x has to be 0. And you can do this for any type of operator out there. And so this is called an identity value for a specific operator. So in this case, we want the multiplicative identity in place of 1. So that's also a constraint. So multiplicative identity, that's going to be of type n. And then we can do n.multiplicative identity. This is also not possible in older C#. Like you have a static thing in a type that you access like this. It's amazing and incredibly useful. And there we go. We just wrote a lerp function that this now works for float. It works for vector 2. It works for vector 3, vector 4. It would work for the colors. It would work for quaternions. Like you can just like all of this, it works for like everything. And what's also cool about this is that like these don't, this is not like a runtime thing. Like this is something that it does at compile time. Like it basically creates these functions with the particular implementations of each type. So there's not even a performance drawback. It's just like, it's just going to be as if you wrote each of those functions yourself. And it's so nice. It's so great. I love this. And this would save my life in my many math heavy projects. It's amazing. It's so good. I really, really, really want this. And like, unironically, this is the thing that gets me the closest to switching to Godot, because Godot supports the newer C# language version. Obviously, I can't do that because my projects are still in Unity, but like, good lord, this is so nice. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent having to branch my code, generalize this garbage just to somehow wrangle old C# into generalizing this. Do system.numerics vector 2 vector 3 support these interfaces properly? I never use the system.vector 3 things, so I'm not sure. We can have a look, see if it does. Is mentioning Haskell allowed here? Sure, yeah. Can you name it formally? What's a great C# feature you like? This is static abstract interface operators, or I think it's like static abstract or virtual interface operators. But the more like general feature name is just the C#'s generalized math, which is something that came with C# 11. Yeah. This is a mouthful, but I'm pretty sure that that's the combination of keywords. Like you can basically define operators in interfaces, and you can make those abstract. So I think that's the thing that can like multiplicative identity, like this thing is, yeah, abstract static that came from an interface. It's so good. It's so powerful. Yeah, like I said, for anyone doing math, like heavy math stuff, this is incredible. Anyway. Interesting that Godot didn't struggle to keep up with versions. So I think it's like it's for like very historical reasons. So I think the reason Unity is pretty far behind on this is because Unity started before C# was properly multi-platform. And so Unity used a multi-platform variant of the C# runtime called Mono. And, you know, mono behavior, that's where that mono comes from, right? And the entire engine is built on the foundation of assuming Unity's using Mono. Mono has a different way of doing garbage collection and a bunch of other things that I don't know how they work because I don't do that kind of low-level stuff. But Mono is architecturally very different from what now is the modern multi-platform C# that Microsoft is doing, like the official .NET framework, I think sometimes known as Core CLR. And so yeah, Godot never used Mono. Godot came out way later, and they started working, or I think they started without Mono. They were using the more modern .NET workflows to begin with. Whereas on Unity's end, Unity has this like multi-year like ball of work that assumes Mono, and they have to refactor a bunch of stuff to make it support the core CLR, right? And they've been working on this for years. They are, and yes, Mono is pretty much abandoned. Yeah, so Unity is working on porting the engine to support modern C#. But it's taken a long time. But I believe they have they're making progress. I think they like a year ago or something, I think they got to the point where they have like a, what was it called? It was called like a zero garbage collector or something. So I think garbage collection is like one of the bigger complicating factors. I forget exactly all the details there, but anyway. Some of the official system vector don't appear to implement the generic maths interfaces. Cool. I have had people though tell me that, I think I asked Unity about this, and they said that they are implementing those in Unity's, like the Unity math type and whatnot. Current plan seems to be that they will ship modern C# for the runtime next autumn. Yeah. But yeah, so Unity's types will have that implemented. But like even if Unity didn't have that implemented for their own types, I would just make my own types and then I would be happy, because it's not that much work to make your own anyway. Yeah, but yeah, this feature would save me so much time. Good lord, I want this so bad. And like there is a way to work around this. Like it's not impossible to do a similar type of generalized math. There's a cat in the way. So like I am doing something similar in my Spline project. So here's the extremely awful workaround that you can do. Okay, so you can make an interface. Everything's very cluttered. I'm sorry, I apologize. So you can make a generic interface that accepts a generic type v, and you can define a bunch of functions that you want in this interface, and then you can make specific implementations of this interface in a struct. So let's say I want to have like one-dimensional math where it's vector math, but the data type is float. Then I have the same thing here. Vector math 2D is vector math, but with vector 2, vector 3, vector 4, and quaternions. And then I basically define functions called, you know, add, subtract, multiply, divide, dot product, magnitude, distance, normalize, the constructor, and a few other things like additive identity, multiplicative identity, and so forth. Oh, by the way, if you've used quaternions, quaternion dot identity in Unity is the multiplicative identity, which is 0001, which is actually the same as the multiplicative identity for any other type. It's always just 1 as a real number. But we have the bivector components here too. But yeah, so this is a way that you can sort of do it, but when you want to use the generalized math, like wherever you want to use it, you have to like have a generic to constrain the whole thing. So just to show you an example, let's see, where did I put? Maybe in Bezier. So like, okay, so here's my Bezier spline thing. So like here, I have to constrain the Bezier type to have the vector math type in the generic itself of the containing type, right, wherever I want to do this. So then I constrain that to vector math. Then let me see if I can find a use somewhere here. Yeah, here, okay. So this is a Bezier path, right? And I want to support Bezier curves that are both 1D, 2D, 3D, and quaternionic. Or I don't think I have quaternion Bezier curves, actually. But regardless, it would be supported. So I'm going to do something like not insertion in a spline. And I can do the generalized math here. But the weird thing is that I kind of have to create an instance. And then I use that instance and call functions on that instance. So like VM is constrained to be a struct or an unmanaged type. And so this is never going to be null, right? Because it's a struct. And then because it implements the interface, I can access these methods. Obviously, I can't do like actual operators. They all have to be functions. You know, functions called add, functions called sub for subtract, like here, right? But this does in practice let me do kind of generalized math. It's just got weird syntax and it's kind of annoying, but it's at least sort of possible, right? But yeah, it's deeply cursed. Deeply, deeply cursed. So this has been my workaround for like trying to get this to work. There are quaternion Beziers and rotation animations. I highly doubt that people use quaternionic Beziers. I would be surprised if that's actually the case. I think I know what you mean though. If it's like, if you're in Blender and you have a timeline and you are setting the curve for rotation, but that is not the same thing as quaternionic Beziers. It's a very, very, it's a subtle difference that basically only I care about. So I'm sorry for calling you out on that. I know what you mean, and I think you know what you mean, and there's no reason to be pedantic on this. So, isn't this basically a curiously recurring template pattern? Do I actually do that? I do use that in a few places, but I'm not sure if I do... Do I do that for this? I don't think I do. But I do use it in other places, just not for this thing. What? Camera? Thanks, camera. Sony pushed an update to their cameras where when they detect that you're using an AC adapter, it pops up a thing that says, "Ooh, this doesn't look like an official battery," even though everything works fine. Before the update, it just worked fine without the pop-up, but now I get the pop-up, so that's a nice update. Thanks, Sony. Okay. Let's do the Silksong mod. I'm kind of close to actually getting the mod to a useful state where like people can start recording their runs. It's kind of exciting. Let me also open the UI for that. I think it's this somewhere here, maybe? Yeah. Zoop. Thanks for the PL nerd tangent. What's PL? The idea of a camera updating is very funny to me. I mean, it makes sense for advanced cameras, and this is a pretty advanced camera. Like it's not a webcam. It's a DSLM. So it's used for like photography and video recording in general. You know what is silly though? You know what's extremely funny and silly? My mug has firmware updates. That is silly. That one, you have every right to consider silly. Firmware update on your tea mug. Okay. Let's see, I do need to open Writer again because I just closed every single project. Okay, I believe it's this one. Hello, Sinestra. What's a chip in the mug do? So it's a self-heating mug, and I guess the only thing it does is detect the temperature of the liquid inside, and it has a LED indicator for temperature, whether it's drinkable temperature, if it's too cold or too hot, or if it's out of battery. So the mug basically has I don't know if you can see that's a LED light right there. So the mug has a heating element down here, and the light flashes depending on temperature state. And you can like connect it with Bluetooth in your app and get a notification on your phone when the tea is drinkable, which I never do. But you can set the like default temperature that you want to keep the tea at or whatever. Yeah, I drink very slowly, so this has been a bit of a lifesaver for me. However, the firmware for this is god-awful for anyone who has an Android phone. Luckily, I don't have to deal with that too much because I never use the app. I never change the temperature. I just let it do its thing, and I can kind of just ignore the fact that it has Bluetooth. So it works anyway. I also don't like that the coating comes off if you use metal spoons. And so like, there's no good spoon to use for your tea. Like the closest thing you can get is like plastic spoons, like the like hard plastic they use for like, I don't know, like kids spoons or something. Because like you can't use a wooden spoon because they're porous, and so that's not going to work. That's going to like absorb a bunch of bacteria. But metal spoons scratch the coating on the surface. So, oh my god, yeah. Bamboo spoon maybe? No, that's going to absorb too much. It's porous still, right? I did try that though, and it became pitch black after a few days. Because tea is very, very staining. Okay. Alright. Let's do the replay mod. I don't even remember where I left off. How do you feel about File Explorer being preloaded in Windows 11? I don't even know what that means. So right now I don't feel a whole lot about it. Okay. Let me also just open the game just to see what state we left the mod in. Use a lead spoon since lead is soft. I could do that, but I feel like in that case we should go even softer, like maybe lithium or something. $317 hours, holy shit. Yeah, I've been saying this game has me addicted, okay? Oh god, full screen. That's not what I want. Oh boy. Okay, apparently it's working. That's kind of surprising. So I do not want full screen, actually. Off, thank you. And can I do a... Okay. How could you not do the... Do the full screen first. Okay. Awful resolution selection. It's only awful because I have a stupid monitor, stupidly good monitor, rather. Like, for most people, this resolution selection is completely fine, but because I have a 240 hertz monitor, I have to cycle through every possible, like, combination of refresh rates. So it's like 60, 120, 144 or 170 or 240. So it's like everything gets duplicated out into so many different options. But for most people don't have high refresh rate monitors, so it's just going to be a few options for the resolutions. So for most people, I think it's acceptable. Just give a scrollable list. Well, that's more work. You know how game development is, you know? Like you can either spend time adding support for that, or you can add more content to the game. Like that's how it works usually. Because like the thing is, if you have, especially if you're doing like game development for multiple different platforms, you're like an options menu. Like once you have an options menu like this, I guess it doesn't super matter for resolution in particular, because on like console you usually aren't able to even set that. But like the moment you have a menu that gets more complicated in terms of interactions, you might have to spend a lot more time making it work on every single input device that your game supports, right? Like it's one thing to have a drop-down menu if you're using a mouse, but if you're just using a keyboard, then it's a bit more tricky to navigate. And if you're just using a gamepad, then it's also a bit tricky to navigate. That's not to say that it's impossible, it's just that it's more work, right? Like you need to figure out like, okay, what would the drop-down menu look like and behave on a gamepad? And so I think for stuff like this, it's like, there's so much to do in a video game when you're making a game that like a lot of stuff is just lower priority than so much else. And this would be one of those things where like, it works. It's a little bit annoying, but whatever. I have other things to do. I need to fix this critical bug on this other platform that makes it literally impossible to play. So. All right, where is my gamepad? Speaking of gamepads. Connecting? Yes, please. Can you be a little bit better? Oh wait, I need the dongle. Working on some stuff in Raylib and dropping mouse support and switching to pure keyboard gamepad navigation has probably saved several weeks of pain. Yeah, it's one of those hidden costs. Like there's so much of game development and probably any like large scale creative production, probably in cinema as well. There's like a gazillion things in the background that you as a viewer or player like pretty much never consider. That, good lord, like localization is another one of those things where like it gets weirdly complicated to do localization, because like in games quite often like you could say, oh, it's just another text file for another language for your game, right? But then you realize that like, oh shit, okay, hold on. These sentences in this language, they're too big for the text box. So in some languages, this dialogue is 3 text boxes, and in some languages it's 2. Which means that if we have a system set up for dialogue where like, after this dialogue, we want to trigger a sound effect or a voice line, or we want to progress the cutscene or give control back to the player, like all of these triggers have to be adapted to changing circumstances for, you know, your localization. And then there's also a bunch of other costs of like, people might have stuff like, oh, why don't you just add a quest for this thing or whatever, where you can talk to this character. And it's like, okay, well, it's not just subtitles or text, but it could also be voice acting. And whether or not we can actually implement this depends on the schedule of the voice actor. Like, can we book them to record this? And do we have voice acting from multiple different languages? And like this kind of stuff it's so much. And there's so much of this in game dev, so much that's invisible, where you think it's like just an easy, simple thing to add, which is easy and simple to add if you just consider the one thing that's like easy to see from the outside. Oh yeah, and then there's like fonts and all of that stuff. That gets a lot. It's a lot. Okay, do I have a gamepad now? Does it work? Maybe. Hello, Noliyuki. I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well too. I've forgotten what all of these save files are. Okay, so I think the replay mod was opened by map button and A? Or not. Okay. But I have the mod, right? Yes. So what changed? Or no, it was, okay, there we go. That works. Okay, it was map and needle in. Opens the menu. Cool. Okay, so last stream, we were looking at how to get the input system to behave, which was a lot. It was a lot of work. But we got it working eventually. How do we do the... Does that stop the replay? Yes. And then it also automatically plays it back. Oh yeah, that's the thing we did last time. So we did the input stuff, and then we made it so that you could record gameplay and then stop recording manually. Yeah, because like before then, I just had like a fixed duration for all of the replays, but now you can record like super long or super short, whatever you decide to. So I can do a little recording here, and then I can stop it. So I think it's just going to freeze in place, yeah, until the other replay is done. And then they're going to start at the same time. Hopefully. There we go, yeah. Okay, so the way that the playback system is that's gonna kind of depend on, it's gonna depend on how many features I'm gonna add to that, because like the way you want it to behave really depends on your use case for the replay mod. Like, are you using it for speedrun practice or to compare against your best time? Then you might want to have the playback like synchronize with you on every room entry. But if you want to compare it to your overall time, you have to like, then it would just be a straight playback, I think. But then if you want to do stuff like you want to load multiple replays and compare all of them, that's when I need the stuff where like, even if one of the replays are run out, I still need to run the other ones and not restart that one. And also looping is something you don't always want to do. So I think there's definitely going to be a bit of a separation between like the settings for recording and the settings for playback. It's going to be a bit of a, like, that's sort of the way that I've divided up the menu here now. Actually, let me close the, or hide the debug info. I guess some of it is, or no, it's not really behind my camera. So I got kind of like, the recorder is on the left and the playback is on the right. But I think ideally you would want to have some kind of timeline, but I don't think that's super useful. I think it would just be cool, right? I think that's what I have in mind. It's like, it would be cool to have like a timeline where you can see it playing, kind of like a playback thing, but I'm not sure if that's super useful. Or I guess it would be just in terms of like the UX of like scrubbing through the timeline if you want to like fast forward the replay, pause it, and whatnot. I guess it's a natural thing to have by playback controls. But right now, this whole thing is just a separate menu. But I guess it would be nice to have a thing that's like kind of part of the HUD elements of the game instead of being overlaying everything. Yeah. Okay, so what do we do next? I wonder. I think one thing that would be really nice. I'm trying to optimize for like the most boring thing first. And last stream we did the super boring thing of just getting the input system to even work in this menu. I think the next most boring thing is to try and get a saving to a file and then having a file browser for all the replays, right? Because that's boring to write, but it's really important to actually just save your replays, because now you can't even save your replays. It's just all in memory. So all of this is going to be discarded soon. So, does the functionality like start recording when moving to the next room? Well, I have it planned. Yes, it's in the menu. So like here in, oh yeah, because A starts a recording. Maybe I can use a return. There we go. So here you can see the options that I've added. But this is just like visually. I haven't like actually implemented all of these options, so I'm gonna have that eventually of like, you know, start recording when going to the next room, stop recording when you leave the room, and so forth. Because I think a lot of this is going to be kind of like useful for speedrunners as segment practice. Yeah. I also wanted to have like a begin recording thing where like, I don't know if you played all the way to the Sprint Master in Silksong, but there's a place in this game where you're kind of racing and there's checkpoints. Like being able to place those checkpoints to be like, hey, start recording when I pass this checkpoint, and then stop recording when I pass this checkpoint. I think that would be kind of cool. I think that would be nice. Attack sprite works. I don't remember. I don't think I fixed that, so probably not. Let me actually check. So attacking Hornet. Okay, and then stop the replay there. No, that one's still using the wrong sprite sheet. I think it's just that I don't actually read the sprite sheet right now, I think. So I think I've just started having support for multiple sprite sheets. I just don't actually apply it. Also, the Z fighting is a little bit sad. I thought I made sure that that wouldn't happen, but maybe I just don't have big enough of a margin. There's some flickering between the Hornets, between these two. Okay. So, file saving. I guess we're doing file saving and a file browser. So the file browser is going to go in this UI, and the... So I guess it's going to be like a tree UI with checkboxes. for the file system stuff. Yeah, that we need that. So let's add that, and then we can eventually actually save replays. Can you fix the flickering by specifying an order based on the array index of the replay? Well, the problem is that I have to make use of the Z buffer, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I can get away with not doing that. And the draw order is going to be based on depth. And if they're too close to each other, then they're going to start overlapping and flickering. That's Z fighting. But if they're too far away from each other, then they're going to start appearing behind enemies or behind a bench or whatever. Because there's the way that Team Cherry set stuff up there is like they're kind of like bunching up a little, like too many things in one place. So it's kind of like it's not designed to have like 50 layers on top of each other. So it's a bit of a trade-off to get that working. So it's kind of like either you make it flicker free, but the Hornet might sort behind or in front of certain things. Or you make it flicker sometimes, but everything looks like it's in the correct layer when they're separate. What's a practical maximum length for the replays? I mean, practically there's no limit. Like, you're going to be able to use this for like a 10-hour run. So that's not a problem at all. So you don't have to worry about file size. Or rather, you might have to worry about file size if you're going above like 10 hours or whatever. But I think it's like, I think we did the math of like, if it's fully uncompressed, I think a 4-hour playthrough was like a few megabytes, I think. I forget exactly, but it was on that order of magnitude, if I remember correctly. So it's not a lot. Okay. Let's see. Actually, if I do this, game is still visible, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's going to be, the file size is going to be small enough so that it's like, it's going to be viable to just send a run to a friend, like, or download the recording of a speedrunner's run or stuff like that, right? Because it's not a video file. It's not like 4 gigabytes of data. Okay. File browser. So let's see how much we can make use of existing components and how much we're gonna have to cry. So I guess I want a tree view, multi-column tree view, multi-column list view. What's the difference between these? What am I comparing? Oh, undo. Totally not allowed to press undo. That makes Unity upset. So don't undo, folks. Do not press undo. PSA. Okay. Wait, what was I gonna search for? Oh yeah, the tree thing. Let me double check what that was called, because I closed it. Tree view or multi-column tree view? I think that's what we want. Okay. I wonder how generalized this is, because we do need the checkboxes. but I don't think that's complicated to add, actually. Okay. So I guess we want a tree view that just loads replays from a folder. Okay, where do we put replays? I guess it's probably easiest if it's relative to the Hollow Knight folder, right? Or the Silksong folder. I think the more canonical place would be in one of those like app data folders or whatever, but it's so annoying to navigate there. So it's probably easier for people to just have a folder. Maybe, yeah, maybe the folder should be under the mod or something. Like the mod itself has a folder, and then there's a folder inside of the mod folder, and that folder is a replay folder. Or the replay folder could be outside of that. A replayer is a player for replays, am I right? Yes. And also a recorder. Yeah, because like, okay, so the path is like Hollow Knight, Silksong, and then there's, what's the folder? Let's see, I guess Bepinex would be the mod, right? Or the mod loader. And then plugins, I think. Yeah. Ooh, that's actually... Okay, hold on. So it might actually be a problem if people use different mod loaders. Like ideally... Although I don't even know if my mod supports different different mod loaders. Doesn't it like... Isn't it just hard-coded to support just Bepinex with the configuration manager stuff? I'm not sure. So then the question is like, do I put it in plugins, Silkstream, replays? Like, should that be the replay folder? Or do I just do replace? I'm not sure if people want to clutter the main folder, but I don't think people care that much either. So yeah, maybe this is the place to put it. Okay. Let's say that that's going to be the place. Saves folder. Well, I don't want it to be relative to specific profiles. I do want it to be global for a local computer. I guess it depends on like how they configured their Steam Cloud stuff. Because if I put it in the saves folder, I think it's possible that it might synchronize to the cloud, which would not be good, I think. Would also be more consistent if you consider other platforms like Linux. Oh, that might be true, yeah. Yeah, I think probably root/replace. That I feel like that's the most straightforward place to put it. Let's go for that. If it's also a recorder, why is the replayer in a separate section from the recorder in the UI? Because it makes it easier to know what you're changing. Like, it's just a separation of conceptual separation. Like, if you want to change the way that you're recording something, you'd know that all of that is segregated to one area, and everything related to playback is in the other area. So you know that you can touch the playback settings without affecting your recording. That's pretty much the only reason. And also because like some of the settings kind of sound like they're doing the same thing, but if they're in a different area, you know that it's not related to recording and that it is related to playback and vice versa. Okay, let's put on some music and actually get started. So we're doing the tree UI and saving to file. That's what we're doing. I guess we should start with saving to file. Otherwise, we don't really have any files to show in the in the file browser. I guess we would have folders actually. Okay. Wow, music. You can hear the music all right, I hope? It's pretty quiet, but I don't want it to be too foregroundy. Okay, saving to file. How do we want to set this up? Where is our data to begin with? We have Silkstream, we have the recorder and the data. So this is the replay data. Okay, we could do like a stupid variant of this first, and then we can do a smart variant later. The stupid variant would be to just dump it as a JSON file, which is highly inefficient. Let's see, what do we got here? Right, okay. You know what? I think a hybrid is actually the best way to do this. I think if we made it a like, okay, I don't know if it's illegal to do that, but like, are you allowed to have a file that's mostly JSON? Or like, it's JSON in the beginning, and then I switch to binary after some determined number of bytes. I feel like I don't see that very often. Or have I ever seen a file format that does that? Because usually I would see stuff like base64 encoded binary data in a JSON file, but not mixing. That's how GLTF embedded works? Is it? Or is that a... I thought GLTF had separate files. Like it had a file reference for the binary data. Or am I thinking of USD maybe? Or wait, you're talking about the base64 encoding. Why not just binary? Because binary... The only problem with binary is that binary kind of locks you in a specific layout, and it discourages experimentation and changing the structure. You kind of get locked into a specific thing, and then if you want to like change it but still have backwards compatibility, your like deserializer has to support all the different versions. But JSON is a lot more friendly to doing stuff like loading an old version that might be missing something, but that missing stuff is just going to be null and it's going to read just fine. Oh yeah, and the readability is also really useful. Can it not just have a JSON value that's some encoded binary format as a string? Usually that would be base64 if it's like if it's valid JSON. But I'm sure you can make like your own not quite JSON format, but there's when you have binary data, there's no way to guarantee that the binary data might not accidentally like escape your JSON syntax, right? But I could do something like the first part is JSON, and then the second part is just binary for the rest of it. And because the JSON is a known number of characters, you can kind of just encode that amount. So you know how far into the file the binary data starts. I think that's the way to do it. Guess if you just delegate to the built-in serializers? Yeah, exactly, because there is a JSON utility. JSON utility to JSON, and then I just pass an object in here. Just boop. But we're not going to be able to do that in this case, because that's not going to serialize correctly. Yeah, then I guess the question is, do we make these types serializable? Let's see. I guess we do. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do this. It's gonna be the easiest to like modify and expand on later, I think. This one is a little spicy though. I wonder, is this a serialized field a Unity thing? Yes. Okay. So that depends on the type being serializable by Unity, but well, that's probably not what JSON utility responds to, right? Because the tricky thing here is that this one is just not serializable. So maybe I need to use the Newtonsoft JSON serializer. Do I need... JSON utility follows the same serialization rules as Unity. Does it also respond to the serialization callback receivers? The, this thing, it does. Okay, cool. That's useful. Perfect. So then I could do something like, so this one would not be serialized, but I would have like, what would I need for the slice? I need a range and length. Yeah. What about serialization order? Like when I'm deserializing, like let's say I want this field to not be null when I'm deserializing. Is there a way to guarantee that? Because a recorded path segment is I have a list of those in a parent type in replay data. Why care about JSON then? Because I need to serialize it to a file. I can't serialize it to a Unity asset, right? Unity serialization is usually used for like Unity's own asset format, but that's generally not used for like external assets. As far as I know. For external stuff, people usually use JSON. But JSON utility does make use of Unity serialization stuff, apparently, according to Best, so. and that's great. If you write a non-null value on deserialize, well, the thing is that, like, I have a hierarchy, right? Like, I have replay data is the thing that I want to serialize to a file, right? And then replay data has a list of recorded path segments. And if I deserialize replay data, can I pass replay data itself to the recorded path segments before they deserialize? Is that possible? Where would I even do that? Because I have on deserialize, but that's going to be for the list itself, not... Or... Hold on, how would that work? I guess it doesn't super matter, actually. I can just do the... I can just set that up separately, now that I think about it. So, it doesn't super matter. Oh yeah, serialized reference. Serialized reference kind of scares me. I don't know if I dare use that. Okay. Oh yeah, I did consider something that would be really fun would be if I were to save the replay data as PNG files. Just like binary, save it as a bunch of bytes, and those bytes are just going to be the colors, and then whatever it looks like, that's going to be the replay. But it's more fun as a meme, but it's not super useful. But it would be kind of fun. You can just send an image to someone. Okay, so we have replay data and we got recorded path segments, and the segments have a slice. Actually, do I have int range in this project? No, okay. Never mind then. Okay, so after, let's see, or on before serialize, we want to do slice start is slice dot start, slice length, count, probably, length, okay. And then after deserialize, do we need to do anything after deserializing? I don't think we need to do that. We do need to link up the replay and we need to initialize the slice. But we can just do that in on after deserialize in the outer type, I think. Actually, we might want to type the thing that's like on after replay loaded from disk or from file or whatever, and then we pass the replay data into this. And what else do we need? Because the slice has to be of a native list. Full frame data. Okay, so this is then gonna do this dot replay equals replay, and this dot slice equals full frame data. Slice? How did I use my native list slice? Oh, here. New native list slice. Wait. Oh, and then I set length afterwards. Why do I not have that as part of the constructor? What kind of a dumb constructor is this? Why did I write code like that? Or you know what? Why am I being dumb? That counts, sure. Or, you know. Cool. So now we need to pass in slice start, slice length. Okay. So then here we're gonna need the callback receiver. So after deserializing, that's when we need to call this on every thing inside of this, I think. Let's move that closer to the top. You know what? I think for the first version of this, I'm just gonna use JSON straight up. I think base64 is like, what is it? It's like 30% waste. Like you get 30% more data. So it's not super great, but it's not that big of a waste either. And for convenience, while developing this, it's going to be so much nicer to just serialize this as a base64 string. So I think I'm just going to do that for now. So that's going to be a... Actually, where would that step be? Would it be... Would I do it as a string or as a byte array? Or... I think string, right? Because if I'm letting the JSON serializer do it, it has to be a string, I think. Okay. So, let's see. Before we serialize, we need to take our frames and convert them to base64, which means taking this native list, converting it to a byte array probably, and then from byte array to base64, I think. I think there's a built-in utility for base64 in C#, right? It's like byte converter or something. Base64 something. Base64 transform to base64. I don't know if a transform is what I'm looking for, but there is a base64 type. Ooh, wait, encode to UTF-8 in place? Damn, that's radical. But I don't know if Unity's serialization system can make use of a span with serializing, so I don't think we can actually be cool and use the nice function for this. Because I don't know if I can go from a native list to a span that is also serialized, right? Because like there's no way that I can serialize a span of bytes, can I? No. It can't even be a member. So I don't think we can take cool shortcuts. We're gonna have to do it the wasteful way. But that's okay. That is fine. Wait, but are there overloads on this? Oh yeah, wait, I think I was misreading this. I was reading the input data, not the return value. But the return value is operation status. Is this for like async stuff? Do you need a decompiled version of the game source to write plugins? You don't technically need it, but it helps a lot, yes. But like the game folder has a bunch of DLL files, and anything made in C#, you can just kind of open it in Writer, and it's going to decompile it for you. So it's very readable, actually. The biggest thing is that it strips comments, and it doesn't keep names of like local fields inside of functions and whatnot, but it keeps most of the names for like classes and fields and that kind of stuff. Okay, so what is operation status? Done. This looks very, very async. Is this an async function? Okay, can I go to the Microsoft documentation on this? Oh, actually, this was kind of exactly what I wanted. Oh shit, wait, system.convert. That seems easier. There we go. Hell yeah. That's what I want. Tell me to go work on my game, please. Yeah, go work on your game. You keep the stream open, and I want you to implement something in your game and come back in an hour. And I would like to hear what you did in the game and how proud you feel that you did that thing. 1 hour from now. 1 hour and 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, so it's either byte array or read-only span. Is there a way to get the native list as a read-only span? Is that like a thing? So if I do like frames.asArray.asSpan, oh my god, it exists. Hell yeah. Wow. Unity thought ahead of time, actually, to actually have this covered. Wait, can you cast? Oh, as read-only span. Oh my god, even better. What? What do you mean? Oh. Read-only span. I'm not reading. I need to read. Okay, so we got the span, and then formatting options. Is there formatting options? Line breaks. Are you allowed to have line breaks? I don't think JSON is gonna like that. So I'm guessing I'm just gonna leave it at none. Okay. Wait, why? Oh, it's gotta be a read-only span of bytes. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Cast? No. Oh, I know that there's a way to do this. To go from like to just change the type. Is it in like the Marshall? Usually that's in Marshall. Reinterpret cast? Is that the... C#. Cast read-only span 2 byte. That's not what I wanted. Memory marshal. This looks relevant. As bytes. Hell yeah. Okay. Memory marshal as bytes. Perfect. That is exactly what I want. My God, can you imagine finding solutions online? And that made it so that this actually became an optional parameter. That makes sense. What? Sorry. As type? Oh, I don't think I could typecast. I'm pretty sure I have to marshal it. Okay. I guess that's all we need to do. Should I free up that memory after deserializing? No, wait, yeah, I need to deserialize it. Okay, I'm dumb. We need to do the opposite now. So I guess we would go from a base 64 string to a byte array, and then we need to marshal the byte array as reinterpret it as a serialized frame data. Yeah, okay. So let's see. We need to do a few things to prepare for this, I think. So like, first off, if frames is already allocated, then we need to clear it. Otherwise, we need to allocate it. With, what did I have here? I guess I just use that. Okay, copy pasting code. It's okay. Okay, so now that we know the frames exists, we then need to grab our base 64 string and convert it to a native list of serialized frame data. So convert dot from, I guess from base 64 string. That gives us a byte array. Okay, that's valid. Okay, I should probably do like error handling here later. Okay, so we got the bytes. Okay, so then we need to shove bytes into the native list. I guess we don't know the stride of the elements. I mean, I guess I could probably figure that out, actually. That's probably not... That's probably even part of C#. Isn't there like a memory... I think there's a way to get the size of an unmanaged struct. But maybe it's okay. I think we might be able to get away without it. Okay, so can you cast span byte to type? Span of type. Reinterpret cast. Yes. Memory marshal dot cast. Perfect. That is what I want. Cast. Perfect. Hell yeah. Okay, so we want to cast from byte to serialized frame data. And I'm not sure if is this gonna, or no, probably because I already did the struct layout stuff. I'm guessing it's gonna be a fixed memory size. Is that why it's letting me do this? Because like, if I comment that out, is it even gonna work? Yeah, it seems fine. That's kind of terrifying. Okay, well, I'm just gonna pretend it works, and then it's okay. Okay, so this would, what would this give us? This would give us a span, but then we need to be able to go from a span to Unity's native list. I'm guessing it's not possible to make them share the memory. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to add it, like duplicate, or just like add each element, which is okay. It doesn't really matter that much. I don't have to do like a mem copy stuff. I think that's fine. So basically, we would have a span of serialized frame data. And we would get that from the bytes, but this is an array. This is not... You know what? That is apparently possible. You can just interpret a byte array as a span. Valid and amazing. Okay, and then... It's the kind of thing I would find hard to trust C# with, like have control over memory layout. I feel like it's generally possible to do it. Like there are attributes and stuff to do that exact type of thing. The only thing that I'm concerned about is like how that error is reported. If that's like reported at runtime or when compiling, or... But I don't know if that's a C# thing or if it's a if it's just a general data type thing. Like certain data types are different sizes on different platforms. Like what's the one? The int picture pointer? Like isn't this one, isn't size of this, doesn't that depend on 64-bit or 32-bit or something? But data types like float is always the same size, or double, or whatever, right? But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this attribute for all of the memory stuff, right? So like if I go to pretty sure there's like offset, field offset, I think. Yeah. This is like the byte offset for where this data type lives. Like that kind of thing. Although now it's upset. What? Oh yeah, you would set layouts to explicit. And then you would basically just set the exact byte offset for everything that you have in your file. So you could do that, or the way that I did it with sequential, I think it just does the thing that you expect that to do. So you don't have to do this thing. But then you're kind of like hoping that it's gonna interpret the correct number of bytes on all of your fields. But I'm pretty sure all of these are gonna be the same size regardless of platform, so... I guess sequential means it packs with 0 padding. I believe so, but it's probably aligned to some number of bytes, right? Like 4 bytes or something. But I'm not entirely sure. Unless that's also like a separate thing. There is a parameter called pack. Controls the alignment of data fields of a class or structure in memory. Okay, pack sounds like it might be the offset between the data types rather than whether it snaps the full size to specific stuff. There's also size. Absolute size of the class or structure. Okay, what happens if I just give it a number where it doesn't fit? Does it tell me anything about it? No, okay. Valid. Anyway. What was I doing? Oh yeah, wait, I can use the new thing here. 0 replay.framecount. Not that that was the code that I was working on, but here it is. Okay. Okay, so we have loaded bytes from the basics of our string. We are casting it to a span of our type, and then we need to add it to our native list. So I guess we do add range. You might want to specify pack, actually. The members are laid out according to the packing specified in pack and can be non-contiguous. But I don't know what the default value is and exactly what it means by that. But I might want it, yeah. I don't think I've ever had to specify it though, and it worked in the past, so maybe I can get away with it still. Okay, anyway, so frames dot, is there like replicate? I feel like I want to do add range, but it doesn't take a span here. Huh. But it does take a pointer. Oh boy. Am I gonna have to use like unsafe utility now? Span. No. Because like I probably can't do this now. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just do it the stupid way. But this is just, this feels wrong. I feel like I shouldn't do it this way because this is like, this feels very slow. This doesn't feel like a mem copy. Is there a copy actually? Frames dot copy from. Copy from? Hold on, hold on. Okay. Copy from. And then it takes a native array. Can I make a native array that just points to a span? Copy. Copy safe? No. Unity. Native array. Pointer. I can't spell. Pointer to span. Well, that was kind of the other way around, I think. I guess I'll do it the stupid way for now. It's gonna work, so to do find mem copy variant, because like I have a blittable type. It feels really stupid to do it this way. Like there has to be a way of doing it, right? Or actually, it would be like Unity native list add range span. Okay, is that the? Oh wait, what? That is a thing? Span? Span? It is a thing. Wait, is it just not in my version? I just don't have the... I don't have it in this version. Convert existing data to native array. Convert is a scary word. Does that point to the original data or does that copy the data? Native array, unsafe utility. Convert existing data to native array. This looks like it's allocating something new because there's an allocator here. Right? Is that a collections package? Unity.collections.nativelist. Collections 6.5. I don't know what version I have. Someone signed the whole OST of the game. How hard would it be to make it a mod? Probably not difficult at all. It would just mostly be tedious to figure out all the names of the audio sources playing the game object. So, or the names of all of those songs. I feel like there has to be a utility for this. Okay, mem copy. That's just pointers. But maybe I can use that. Yeah, I might be able to use the pointer stuff. It's just that I haven't used it that much. Because I remember there's certain stuff you have to do with like pinning, like memory pinning, I think. But I think that's mostly a concern if you do like async stuff. But if it's not async, I don't think I have to pin the memory, right? Where was the unsafe pointer? Wait, was it in memory marshal? Get unsafe pointer. Native array, unsafe utility. Okay, so it's in here. Wait, but that's for... but that's for getting a pointer to the native array, but I want a pointer to a span, right? Okay, Unity get pointer to span. Oh, I don't think I've ever, no, I think I've used this syntax like once. Pinning is for concurrent access? Oh, okay, so it's for like multi-threading stuff. That makes sense. Okay. So within this scope, I'm guessing the data is pinned. I'm not sure. Are you allowed to like, can you run mods that have unsafe code? Is that feels unsafe? I feel like that's why unsafe is a thing, right? I don't know. We'll try, I guess. See what happens. Wait, can I do unsafe fixed? No, okay. We couldn't be convenient. Wow. Okay, so theoretically, I could make a void pointer to my frames? Is that the... Is that the vibe? And then I'd be able to do add range. Like that, maybe? And then count? I guess? Okay, I'll keep this here as a backup, just in case. You may crash the game. That's happened before, so that's okay. Hydrate. Sure. This is a good theme. Okay, I guess that's it, right? Do I want to free up the memory from the string? Is that like, can I even do that? I guess if I just set the string to be empty after deserializing? Like here? I don't even know how allocation works for strings, so... Maybe I need to do gc.collect in order for that to actually free up that memory, but who knows? This would let it not care about that data anymore, I suppose. Because otherwise it would double up the data that needs to live in the memory. And if I do this, it's safer, I think. I hope. I think there's kind of a similar thing of like before I serialize to a file, I kind of want a callback for like on after serialize, because then I don't need the string anymore, right? Is there a thing for that? No, not here at least. Serialization. Callback. No. Okay. I find there is a copy from. Is there? Is there one? Oh, that might be the one that I couldn't find in my version of this, right? Because I think frames.copyFrom I've only got native array, native list, and unsafe list. So I don't have read-only span in copy from. Unless you can like cast it to unsafe list. I don't know how unsafe list works. Unity.collections.lowlevel.unsafe. Okay, what are you able to create here? Looks like an allocator or a pointer. So it looks like I kind of have to do the same thing as I did here if I want to use that, I think. For proper freeing, you could set it to null. I guess I could. But no. What if I get a null ref somewhere? It's better to have an empty string. Okay. Okay. I guess that's it. Yeah. This seems fine. There might be other stuff we want to have here for like we might want to have like the path to the replay file in here or something. Or if we want to keep this very like clean and just have the data itself here, I'm not sure yet. But that's stuff to consider later. Okay, so I think the first thing we would try to do just to see if it works is we save a replay file, just hard code it to a specific path, see if it actually saves it successfully, and then the next time we start the game, we load it instead of saving it. Or maybe I can set up some buttons to pick either of these, and then yeah, and then we just see if it works. I guess that would be it. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of other things I think that would be useful to have in the replay data. There's some things like having the serialization version encoded in the data of a replay, and also the version of the replay mod. That stuff would be very useful to encode in case I change the serialization method down the line. And it would also be useful to have a timestamp, I think. Although maybe that could be just part of the file system. I don't even know how that works. No, because if I want the time when it was recorded, that might be useful. But I guess that... Does that have privacy concerns, actually? No, not really. I don't have to encode the time zone. That would have privacy concerns, I think. So if I just encode like Unix date or something. Because I think it would be useful in the replay browser if you could sort them based off of date. I think that would be really useful. Because I imagine you're not going to want to name every single replay file, but you still want to be able to sort them by date and identify which one you recorded today and which one you recorded, you know, a year ago or whatever. Because obviously this is going to be super popular and people are going to use it for years, so I need to prepare for that, you know? Okay. Cool. So theoretically then, if Unity's JSON utility listens to all of the serialized stuff. I guess I could just call JSON utility dot serialize on this. Say the UTC time? Yeah. Can you serialize date time? Is that serializable? Oh. Are there built-in utilities? ToString. Is there a canonical way to serialize date time? I could just do the Unix timestamp thing. Which would be a long, right? Epoch timestamp? Yeah, exactly. Datetime dot UTC now, I guess? Dot or is there a Unix epoch? Which one? Isn't it like a total I'm surprised that wait, Unix epoch, isn't that that's gotta be the date of the thing from ages ago, not time since Unix epoch, right? So that's not the same thing. Unix timestamp C#, because I'm guessing I have to like subtract from the current. This looks very relevant. Datetime offset to Unix time seconds. Cool. I think this is what I need. Okay, does this have the... Is it 64-bit that is safe for the 2038 problem? Affecting 32-bit, yeah. But I think it's fine for a long in that case, right? 32? 32-bit integers, right, yeah. But this is returning a 64-bit integer. So we're safe until the heat death of the universe, I think. If people still use my replay mod at that point. I guess recording date. Date time dot no wait, it was like a different thing. Datetime offset. Wait, what? Does that not exist? Excuse me? Oh. Hold on, I'm stupid. Okay, but it's an offset. Do I need to do like datetime.unix epoch or like datetime.now minus datetime.unix epoch dot unix stuff? Is that what I need to do, or like? Or wait, datetime offset. Does this return a datetime offset or does it return something else? No, it returns time span, right? So what's offset then? What's the difference between offset and time span? date time offset dot UTC now dot 2 Unix time seconds. That is what I want. I think. And that is a long. Cool. Guess I should call this recording date UTC or something. Or no, wait, I can't do this. I should not do this every time I serialize. I should do this when I start recording, actually. This is not the place to do it. Let's see, I should, this is playback. Recording, serialized frame. Where's the first one then? Excuse me? I guess. Replay data. Start recording. Do I not do anything in the replay data to initialize? What? Oh, I just create a new replay data. Okay. I thought I had a function that was like prepare for recording, like to prep the data. But it looks like I don't have that here. Okay. I guess because I make like new replay data here. Should it be in the constructor? Because like when you're loading, when you're deserializing, it's gonna run the constructor. So if I set the UTC now when running the constructor, it's gonna set it even when loading a replay from file. But the constructor, I presume, is run before the deserialization. So I guess the only thing that might be bad about setting it in the constructor is that if the deserialization fails, it's gonna have the current date in there, which is not too big of an issue actually. So I'm kind of just making up issues. This is not an actual problem. So I think we can... It just feels wrong though. It feels wrong to set the recording date to the date you run the constructor. Because what if you want to create the replay data, but you don't want to start recording until later? No, I can't set it in the constructor. That's dumb. No, I need to make a... it's going to be a function. Prep for recording. Or... no, you know what? I can be even more cleverer than that. How about this? How about this? Okay, hear me out. Okay, so when you record a frame, if there are no segments, that means you're recording for the first time. So there's going to be a function that's like on record first frame. There we go. That's where we're going to set the recording date. Bam. Look at that. Isn't that super clever, kind of, maybe? Because then it's going to be automatic. Yeah. Actually, it shouldn't really be segments. I should be checking the frames, rather. But it's only ever gonna happen here. Like, am I gonna keep segments around when I haven't recorded any frames to it? No, that's impossible. But it is safer to do it down here. But then we're gonna run it every frame, instead of just when it has to create a new segment. But it's not an expensive check, so it doesn't matter. I'm overthinking this. I should just do if frames dot length is 0. And I should rename this to on about to record first frame. Because we haven't recorded it yet. Maybe it's the creation date of the file. Is that persistent? Like if I upload this file to Discord or to a server and you download it on a Linux machine and I saved it on Windows, like is the file creation date actually gonna stick around? Like where's that serialized? Is there like a secret header attached to files? Because I always thought that like file metadata was like stored in your file system rather than being part of the file, right? It's a metadata thing, yeah. All right. So we got the recording date. What else? I feel like you want to have like an author. Wouldn't that be nice? Like there's a string where you can just enter your name. And so if you download replays from other people, people can just like tag it. It's like, oh, this is the speedrun from Blue SR. And then it says Blue SR in the list of replays. That might be nice. Maybe we'll have a little string for author. Author name, I should specify. Okay. I believe we should actually try this code to see if it works. Also useful in playing multiple replays at the same time. Yeah, exactly. Like showing that and or the file name would be useful. Because then you can kind of like write whatever you want as well. Seems like a good setting to have to toggle whether to show the author name or the file name or both or whatever. Okay, so we've got a theoretical serialized version of this. Why is this sad? On after deserialize is not implemented. Well, that's okay. We can just implement that. And then not do anything. Cool, cool, cool. Then, yeah, I guess all we have to do is do the actual... Wait, is this serialized? Yes, okay. Then we need to actually save it to a file. So where do we put the file stuff? Maybe I want to have... Let's see. Because I do some file stuff already somewhere. Oh, where do I do that? I know that I do it somewhere. It's gotta be on the loading, so that's maybe here, actually. Yeah, here, okay. So I guess... I'm gonna make a type for this. So there's gonna be a type. What do I call it? Public static class file IO. I don't know. And then maybe that's where I'm gonna just shove everything related to files in there. No. It's over. Oh my god, it's over again. There we go. Okay. So we need the path to the game, which is... when you ask Tropio to log your building process? Yes. You know, you gotta have some way to make it visible in the log full of a bunch of stuff, right? So you have to you have to really scream from the top of your lungs. How would I find the game folder? I guess like traverse upwards until I find the Silksong exe? Is that the way to do it? But that wouldn't really work if someone has like... Oh no, wait. No, hold on. I'm dumb. I could just use the assembly. So if I get a type from Silksong, so hero controller, for example, I get that assembly, that gives me the managed folder, I assume, right? I think. I could be wrong, but I think it does. So I guess I'm just gonna print. Yeah, okay. What's wrong now? What now? Why are we upset over... Oh, because it's file IO, not path IO. That makes sense. I'm sorry for getting upset at you, writer. Okay. So theoretically, the game folder should be... Can you do path? No. Oh my god. Jesus. Actually, what is the... Doesn't the exe return the path to the exe itself? That's gotta be a thing, right? Get path to current executable, right? Get entry assembly dot location. Oh, system dot environment dot process path. Okay, so that's a DLL path. So this would be returning something in the managed folder, I assume. Okay, process path. Maybe that's the thing we want. Let's actually print both of these. What? Oh my god, we can't do that. Okay, app domain. Wait, oh my god, I think I'm just really stupid. I can just do application dot persistent data path, right? Isn't that that's a Unity way of doing it? Oh my god. I keep forgetting that it's also a Unity thing. I just need to make sure. Or no, not persistent. Data path, I think, is what I want. Okay, in editor, it's the assets folder, and in Windows Player, that is the underscore data folder. Nice. Okay, cool. It looks like data path gives me the underscore data folder, but I can just go up one folder and then that should be it. So what do I do then? The path dot there should be a way to get the parent folder, right? Like directory dot get parent. That and then to string. What? Conditional access? This is not going to be null. I don't need to do conditional access. It's okay to print null as well. Okay. Kind of misreading documentation now? Misreading documentation? What do you mean? How so? Or why? Hello, Poverty. I am doing well. How are you doing? Wait, were you the person I raided last time? If I remember correctly? You were playing Silksong and you were dying over and over to spikes? And suffering in the ant area? No, it was Farfields, I think. Okay, manage folder and data path. Okay, I just want to print these to make sure that it works. So I'm gonna build the mod and we'll try again. Okay. So close that. Build. Okay, did I set this up to actually copy the thing over? Because that would be nice. I hope I did. 120. I did. Oh my god. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, where's the video game? I need something more to drink, but I'm out of... Okay, I have water. That's good enough. So how did your Silksong playthrough go, Pomini? Did you... Maybe you'd already been to Greymore, actually. I didn't watch for too long, so I wasn't sure how far into the game you got. Controller? There we go. Oh wait, I don't even need to test the game. I can just look at the log. Did it log what I wanted it to log? Managed folder is giving me the correct path, and data path parent is the game path. Hell yeah, it is working. It is exactly what I expected it to do. Awesome. Cool. So, I guess we can just move this to this. So we're gonna have path, game, root. It's gonna be that. Full name, I suppose. Well, it's not gonna be null. Why is it complaining? It's good, it's still going. Nice. So you're into DDR, has Stepmania X pad. I got the LTech pad instead. LTech. LTech. Where are the LTech pad? Does it come with the bar, or is the bar custom? Custom built LTech platform. Yeah, this kind of looks like the the mid-tier dance mats. Oh, you can get it with the bar. That's nice. Yeah, the Stepmania X ones are stupidly expensive and huge. So they're kind of like, it's a massive investment to get them. But they are very good. You get what you pay for, you know? Because they're arcade grade. So like the Stepmania X pads that I have, they're better than the ones that are like at my local arcade, like the official DDR pads. They're great. They're super nice. But the biggest issue with them is that like they're just hard to get because there's only a limited amount. And if you live outside of the United States, they're even more difficult to get. Kind of like me, because I don't live in the United States. And so like a huge part of the cost was just like actually getting them here, which was nearly impossible. I think they were shipped by boat and it took ages. But they did arrive eventually. I mean, I guess it could be a directory, or I don't know. Or no, it's okay. Path game root. Okay, so game root is then not the data folder, right? Cool. So then the path for the replay folder is going to be, I guess, path game root. Yeah, it's just going to be replace. We're just going to call it replace. That's it. / replace. Okay, so this is kind of separate from where the mod is installed. So I think it's useful to keep these separate. So this is going to be, let's see, Hollow Knight, Silksong / Then it's going to be data/managed, right? Oh wait, and that's also with the file extension. Oh wait, no, hold on. Or no, yeah. I guess it's path.get directory name. Okay, so it is Hollow Knight Silksong data managed. Okay. Which, you know, this is going to be a lot more... I don't even have to write these comments if I just, like, write more simple code for this. I can just do, like, literally just write it out. Like, I should just do... It's not like these are going to change. There we go. Much more readable. Okay. So what we're gonna do now is that we're gonna make it so that whatever you record is gonna be saved to a file. And then you need to be able to load that file. Do I set up the loading and saving as buttons, or do I just hard code it, recompile and restart the game? I guess I'll probably just restart the game. I'm lazy. You're back. It's been an hour. I implemented the mining laser I made a shader graph for yesterday. Hell yeah. What does the mining laser do? I guess in file IO I can also have the replay saving stuff, probably? Public, static, I guess this could fail. Maybe I should return a bool. Try, save, replay. And then what do I pass into this? The full path or subdirectory? No, just file name, I think. Maybe I can do the full path stuff later. If I wanna like let users select where to save it or something. I don't know, that's a thing I'll think about later. What keyboard do you use? I use this keyboard. Come on, camera. Focus, focus, maybe? Hey, come on, here. That's right, there we go. That's the keyboard I use. It's called Mistel Air 1. Yeah. It's got nice little clicky sounds. It's a Mistel Air 1. I think I got the gray one. Have you ever tried a split keyboard? Only once for like a few seconds, but it seems like it's more ergonomic, but I haven't seen split keyboards that have this number of buttons and flat keys and a way to have a delete button on the right. So I haven't found the right one for me yet. I do wish I kind of wish it had an angle. At least I could hold my hands like that instead of like this. I think that would be really nice, but it took me long enough to find this keyboard. Because I really want flat keys, but most custom keyboards use the enormous, chunky, like, mechanical switches, and I don't like that. You know what? Let's just call it replay. Okay. Try say replay. This is where we serialize. JSON utility to JSON, I guess. And we pass the replay in there. Do we pretty print? Yeah, we pretty print, I think. It's gonna be readable that way. Did you never fall into the rabbit hole of making your own PCB for your own keyboard layout? Nope, because it seems like it's a little bit too much work, and it seems like everybody hates flat keys, so it's not like I'm going to be able to customize much anyway. The ZSA Voyager keyboard. Okay. Every time someone suggests a keyboard, it's too chunky. Every time. This one is actually more flat. That's true. That's true. But this one has the problem of not enough keys. Is there one with more keys? I need another row. I feel like anytime there's a split keyboard, they try to optimize the number of keys. So it's always like, oh, I reduced the number of keys so that I only have one key per finger. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's not what I want. Like, I just want, give me one more row. No, 2 more rows, hold on. No, 1 more row, I guess, at the bottom. I want the bottom row. Give me that back. I want a return key. Where's the return key? But, hey, there's another barrier to this, in that I used to use the Swedish layout for the keyboard, but I've actually gotten used to the US layout, so now I have more options. Because previously, I had almost no options, because, like, custom keyboards that also have support for multiple different languages is rare. You can put any key wherever you want. Yes, but it's not just the mapping, it's also the physical layout. Because the ANSI layout physically is different from the Swedish layout or the international one. But yeah, let me know when they make a version of that keyboard that has the same amount of keys. Because the thing is, like, okay. So, like, Control, I need Control, Alt, like all of these things, Shift, all of that, I need those. And the keyboard seems to have removed these, or moved them somewhere else, right? I don't like that. And I also want my arrow keys. I want arrow keys, and I want to be able to have delete, home, and don't care. I don't use this button. So I want to have some custom buttons here. And yeah, that's the stuff I care about. It's also useful to have like caps lock as a modifier to do the F keys. So like F9 or whatever I'm pressing here. F10 is going to be caps lock 0. So I don't need the F row, but I do need this. I need Alt, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Looks like there isn't a TKL version of the Air 1. I mean, this keyboard is perfect for me. Like, this is great. The only thing I want from this is to split it. Like, either split it or just angle it so that it's like at an angle in a V shape. That's all I need. But it doesn't seem to exist. So this is the closest. Buy 2 of them? I guess I could do that. Cut it in half. Void every single warranty. I missed a Twitch sub. I'm sorry. Oh, Weiss. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Sorry, I am bad at streaming. How do you see the future of Unity? That's going to depend on Unity's decisions. I don't know. I don't know. Also, thank you for the Prime sub, Litalis? Lit Alice? Or it's like a Frenchified Italy. Litalis. Or something, I'm not sure. The Surface ergonomic keyboard, maybe? Is that going to be the Microsoft Surface? So, Microsoft Surface was the keyboard I used before I used this one. No, these are chunky keys, right? I don't want chunky keys. These look chunky. Way too chunky. I can't do that. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a chunker. Like the tilt's probably fine. Too many keys, and too big, and too plasticky, and too chunky keys. Oh, row below the ones I was looking at? Oh, okay. Wait, this one? Oh, this one. Oh yeah, I remember looking at this one. Yeah, so I think this one is like close to what I want. So the Surface keyboard, I used the Surface keyboard, the non-ergonomic ones before. But I don't use the gamepad, I don't use the numpad. So the numpad is a complete waste of space for me. It just makes it harder to fit my mouse and cats onto my desk. And I have a relatively limited amount of desk space. So I really don't want a numpad. Otherwise, I really like the first Surface keyboard. And because it's Microsoft, they did also have languages other than the US ANSI layout. My current keyboard is a Mistel Air 1. Okay, so directory, create directory. What? Oh, it's my gamepad, okay. So I first need to make sure that the replay folder exists. I guess it's possible that this fails. But let's say it doesn't. And then we do file.write all text, I guess. Then file path would be folder plus file name. Oh yeah, I probably need to sanitize the file name. How do we do that? C# file name sanitize. Regex? That doesn't seem like a stable way of doing this. Oh. Oh, good. This is the one. Oh, Jesus. Thor, hello. Hello, mister. Hey, hey. You are in my face. Yeah? You want to talk to chat? Yeah, I know you have itchy ears. Yeah, I know. You wanna be in my lap? Okay. Okay, hold on. I need to prepare this space. Okay, come on. Yeah? Okay, can you actually just make a decision? Yeah? Mister? Hey? Okay, do you want to talk to chat? There you go. Yeah? How you feeling, buddy? How you doing? Mistro? Yeah? And tell me more about it. How you feeling? Bistro? Yeah? What? Why are you wet? Yeah? Okay. Look at the little man. Professional Bepinex coding? Yes. That's what's going on here. Thor is helping out. There you go, compare into the microphone. You know what I think is super adorable? When you talk to a cat and they just start purring. Like without you even like touching them. You just talk to them and they start purring. It's so adorable. They just like appreciate your presence. Do you want me to go to bed? Is that it? So this guy is gonna go to the vet in a couple days. Hello? Hey? Because I suspect that there might be an ear mite outbreak in this household. And so we're gonna check for ear mites. And Thor is the guy who seems to have been affected the most, so it's a little bit unfortunate because Thor is very old. Thor is no, not 14. He's 17 years old. And it kind of sucks to take the oldest, most fragile guy to the vet because he's gonna hate it. But it would be really nice if they could clean out his ears at the vet. But yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, the thing with ear mites is that like they keep saying that if one of your cats has ear mites, it's basically going to be guaranteed that all the other cats in the household has it as well, which kind of sucks. Because that's going to be, I think treatment is going to be like, I think it has to be 2 weeks or something to both give the cats some kind of anti-parasitic, which funnily enough, one of the ones you usually give cats is ivermectin. Remember the horse dewormer meme? Guess what? It is also a cat demiter. Demiter. I don't know how you would even pronounce that. But yeah, ivermectin is an anti-parasitic, so so they might need that. There's also a variant of ivermectin that's called something other ectin. So they're gonna need to have that for like 1 or 2 weeks, I think. And then they basically need to repel the mites for long enough so that the mites cannot reproduce and they cannot eat. Because the mites get everywhere. Like, they are extremely tiny, and they can like just be in every hairbrush, in every carpet, in every blanket, in every cat tree, in your bed, in your clothes, like everywhere, right? But they don't survive for longer than, I think, a few weeks without an ear to eat from. So it's going to be a long process of washing literally every single piece of fabric in the entire apartment, and also treating each cat to give them some kind of anti-parasitic. Ear mites they're basically like little ticks that live in ears of dogs and cats and rabbits, I suppose. I think humans can get it, but it's very rare. So usually it's just in cats and dogs. Yeah, they're tiny little, I guess mites are spiders, right? And they eat earwax, and then they poop in the ears. So they leave these little crusty black residue things. And then the cats get itchy ears. And so they get itchier and itchier, and they get painful after a while. And then what happens is that they become averse to cuddling because their ears hurt, so they don't want to cuddle. They like avoid and dodge and like turn their ears back and like yeah. And that's what I noticed in all of my cats. They started having very sensitive ears. They wanted to avoid having their ears touched, and it looks like it's painful when I touch their ears. And they scratch their ears because it's itchy, and I think both Toast and Thor, I've noticed that they have little scratch marks, like tiny little scratch wounds in their ears, so that's not good. So clearly something's going on. But hopefully it's gonna resolve. And hopefully I don't have to hopefully I don't have to clean my entire carpet, because a carpet is a lot of fabric. I can toss like all of my bedding stuff and all of my clothes and all the blankets and all that stuff I can wash, but the carpet is hard to wash. Carpet stream. Well, I guess that was one of my biggest streams when I had to clean the carpet. So why do other cats contract it? It's just because they get everywhere. They spread easily, and they reproduce quickly, and they are microscopic. Like, they are almost invisible to the eye. I've heard that you can see them with the naked eye, but you have to really know what you're looking for. I think they're basically indistinguishable from a tiny white speck of dust, because it's so small. Yeah. If they die after 2 weeks, and if they can't reproduce, then isn't it enough to just keep the cats on an anti-parasitic? Yes, I would guess so, but I think it's a matter of just like firing on all cylinders, right? Like, you wanna, the anti-parasitic is never gonna be guaranteed to get rid of all of them, so you wanna try to get like every source of mites as possible, right? Just to reduce it and to quicken the recovery. When I first got my hairless cat, my vet was scared it had mites, but luckily it was just a ton of wax. Yeah, so my other cat, Salad, he went to the vet already in September, and they basically said the same thing then. They were like, okay, we looked at their ear, and Salad's ear seems to have a lot of wax, but it looks like it's a fungal infection after there's been some kind of foreign object, I think they said, like some insect or something that died in the ear, which, I don't know, maybe a tiny, like, moth or something. So it wasn't mites at that point, probably. But then now, a few months later, all of a sudden, 2 of my other cats suddenly have the same symptoms. Suddenly they have waxy ears, they are itchy, and they avoid pets. So kind of... Yeah. A cat was recently at the vet and got fleas back as a present. I don't think it's fleas, right? Because fleas and mites are not the same thing. Or is fleas like a general term? I actually don't know. But yeah, it's probably equally annoying regardless. Hello? Hello, Thor. Are we done? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of fur. Yeah, don't put fur in my keyboard. Yep. Okay. Bye-bye, Thor. Bye-bye. Or... No, don't sit. No. Don't sit on my mouse space. No. Incorrect. That's correct. Oh, hello. Hello. Ow. Welcome back, Thor. That took approximately 5 seconds. Okay, you can sit in my lap, but I need you to not obstruct my keyboard. Oh my god, this guy. When I last moved, I had to deal with really drug-resistant fleas. Ooh, that sucks. 4 different medications? Oh no. I'm sorry. And usually it's like... medications can sometimes have a lot of side effects and be kind of harmful, so like usually you don't want to have to go through a lot of different medications, because I'm guessing the later ones are going to be the ones that are more harmful to the cats as well. Well, that's gotta suck. We need a file format for the replays. So what is the file format? Okay, replay is a very boring one, but it's very descriptive, so that's good. We could do .silk, but I think that's too easy. That's like, nah, we can't do that. That's too easy. We could do Silkstream for the name of the mod, I guess, but that's not descriptive. It doesn't really say what it is. I think .replay is probably the one we're gonna go for. Shouldn't newer drugs have fewer side effects? Yeah, I mean, it's less so about new versus old. It's just that usually the first line of treatment is the treatment that has less side effects. And so ideally you'd get rid of all the anti-parasites without side effects. Because like quite often there's treatments that are really, really strong and useful against certain things. So like, for example, if you have a pet that has a bunch of parasites, or even if you have parasites yourself, like if you have a parasite infection, I don't know, in your ears, let's say you also have ear mites. One treatment for ear mites is to jump into an incinerator and burn yourself to death. This is like a guaranteed treatment. It will get rid of your ear mites, but it will also kill you. And so usually that's a treatment that's like, it's a bit too heavy-handed. So we would prefer not to do that generally. So then you want to find something that's a bit more lenient and doesn't hurt you as much, but then it also doesn't hurt the parasites as much, right? So it's kind of a tricky balance there. And I've gotten the impression, I'm not a medical expert, but I've gotten the impression that usually you want to make sure to use the thing that gives you the most benefits and the fewest like side effects. But the ones with more side effects are usually also stronger and better at getting rid of the parasites, right? Anyway, I just thought it was kind of funny that I like found ivermectin in the wild. So my only reference for ivermectin was the like COVID conspiracy stuff. That people thought that ivermectin for some reason treated COVID, which to be clear, it does not. For some reason, there was this whole fad where people thought that ivermectin was gonna be better than getting a vaccine, which was stupid. Anyway, that's kind of neat that like, hey, I found a real use case for ivermectin. Oh, you know, file format includes the dot. I'm gonna be cheeky. I'm gonna be so cheeky. Oh wait, can you use the range syntax? Hell yeah. Perfect. Sorry, a Blue Sky post without the later clarification. I don't know why people are so bad at reading threads. I feel like, or maybe it's just that the platform is bad at showing the threads. But that was the joke. That was the thing that was funny, right? Okay, sure. Oh, this is specifically replay file format. Okay. Just happened to see it the minute you posted the first one and then closed the app. Oh yeah, I did delay it for like 10 minutes. I was a little bit worried people would think I was actually serious about trying to use ivermectin to treat COVID, which is not good. Do not do that. Okay. I guess we have file path, and then contents is the JSON. And that should give us a whole ass file. Neat. Okay, so I guess it would be nice to have the file path. Maybe actually, do we want the file path in the replay data? Or maybe the file path should be a key in like a dictionary for like loaded replays. No, because then if you rename it, I don't want to lose references to it. Okay, I think I want it in the replay data for now. replay dot file path equals file path. Okay. Return true because it was successfully saved. So much for my error testing. I guess I can do a proper... What? Excuse me? Why? Oh, okay. Should we call Silk Note Sheet? Because you can replay a Silksong. Sheet is a... sheet is a good word. It could work, it's just dot sheet. Okay. And then I guess we need loading. But that's probably not... Or is that gonna... No, actually, yeah. We're gonna do loading in this file too. Clacking is gonna help me sleep. Good. I am glad. Hope you have a good night if you randomly fall asleep. Try load replay. So I guess... How would this work? Does it return a new replay data? Probably, right? I think so. Okay, we need a fail to load replay, and then oh yeah, wait, I didn't do that, so don't need to create directory for loading. So that would be file dot read all text, I believe. And then we do file path, and then we do JSON utility dot from JSON to replay data. Yeah. Replay equals that. Then, yeah, we do assign file path here as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. And then, let's see. Replay is not assigned here, right. So let's see, file name. I feel like this should be the full path. Yeah, this should be the full path, not like some half-assed situation like this. So file path. So we're gonna do that, I believe. So I guess file name here is like the path relative to the replay folder. But loading is probably going to go off of like the paths that I get from the like directory type, I think, which is going to be a full path. I think for now I'll just do file name there. I can think about that later. Okay, so we need to try to save a replay. So we've already tried that. So how are we going to do this? We are going to do, I guess, here. This music sounds kind of hollow, like something you'd listen to at night. Yeah, so something along those lines. Okay, so when you stop recording, recorder.stop recording, we want to save it just straight up. Recorder dot, how do I get the replay data from the recorder? Do I have that in the recorder? Or no, wait, I can just put it in the recorder. I'm dumb. Yeah, here. Debug print. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is where we save the replay, just as a temporary thing. To do. Okay, file io dot try save replay, and we're gonna save this as test replay. I don't know. It's a great name. And then the data is replay data. Okay, so when we stop recording, we save to a file called test replay. Or no, you know what? There's already a file extension. We're just gonna call it test. And then, yeah, then we just open it, see if it works. We can just open it in a text editor and then load it. Yeah. So I guess I kind of also want a function that checks if a replay exists. Which is going to be a replay path, I guess. So that's here. And then we do return file dot exists file path. I guess we could just take this whole thing. Okay, so now we could do if file IO replay exists, test is false, then we create it here. And also, I want to make it so that when you... Yeah, when do I load it? What's a good trigger for that? I guess I can just do whenever I record a replay, I try to load an existing one or something, which is not where I'm supposed to do it, but that's okay. Yeah, this is not the place to put it, but I'll remove it later. Okay, so if replay exists, oh yeah, we need to create replay data here, right? Okay, okay, but that's fine. So if replay exists, then we load the replay here. I guess is kind of a function, like load, replay, and start playback. Try load replay. That's going to give us replay data. And then, oh wait, it's out replay data. Okay, and then ooh, restart all replay players. That should be done after this, just so we get the start. It's more like I want to load a replay and also give it a replayer that can do the playback. So we're going to add to the global array, so replays and replayers. Yeah, so basically we just do this thing, but we don't create new replay data. This is where we pass the existing stuff in there, create a new replay player, and then I guess that should be a variable. How do I associate this? Oh, the replay data is there. So how do I, is it just by index? Yeah, how do I do this function? Oh, it is by index. Okay, that's fine. So that means we don't have to do anything else, actually. We can just do this. Cool. Okay, theoretically, we should have the first serialized replay in a few seconds. Theoretically, maybe. I'm gonna be on the lookout for a replay folder. It's gonna be very exciting. It's gonna be a folder that just appears, and we're gonna be like, oh my god, did you see that? A folder started existing. It's like magic. Okay. First off, do we have any errors? That would be a good thing to check. I do have an error. This looks unrelated. New folder? Well, not yet. We don't have it yet. Okay, I think those errors are harmless. So we can safely ignore those, probably. Okay, guess we'll try. 3090 GPU? Yes. Wait, what does that emote mean? Is it weird to have a 3090? Okay, I just need to test. No. Scared Pilgrim, I was testing a thing. For some reason doing this movement is kind of difficult when I was using wireless, but I wasn't sure if it was because of distance. Anyway, okay, let's try to record a replay. Start recording. Get some hits in to debug the broken stuff there, and then stop recording. We have a replays folder. Did you see that? Did you see that? Oh my god. A replays folder exists for real. And it is a replay file. That's 9 kilobytes. Okay, let's open this in Writer. Look at that. Look at that recording dates. Look at that empty author name. We got the spreadsheet names. And we got the frame data. Look at that. Look at that long string of encoded bytes. Cool. So the true test is, can we close the game and load this replay? That's gonna be the big sign that this works. So let's try again. I made it so that it's gonna load the replay when I start recording another recording. So what should happen is that the moment I start recording, we should be seeing the other replay get loaded and start playing. Okay. That did not seem to work. Okay. Fascinating. So why is that? We might have gotten an error. Could not find file? What? Oh, it's missing the file extension. That makes sense. Why am I trying to load it without the file extension? That's not good. Oh, because this is like a whole ass path. Okay. Where do I add the extension? It always feels so redundant. I feel like I should reduce redundancy. So I should automatically add it in the try load replay. Without extension. Okay. I guess this is very long. Let's just make that a variable. Although this should be the full file path, actually. Do I... Hold on. Yeah, what path is it looking for, actually? Hold on. Because this is not even close to a full path. So this is a replay relative path, but this expects a full path. Okay, so I guess I'll just do path replace folder, and it's going to be relative to that. Are the visual tracers part of the mod you're working on? Like the trails when recording? Or... that's just a thing I added for fun, but it is kind of useful to have it on while recording to like as an indicator that you're actually recording, because I don't have a different, like another indicator right now. Okay. So let's try that again. This is really cool. Not seen the previous streams for this yet, but looking forward to going back to watch. Cool. I'm glad you appreciate this. This is kind of a weird... I don't usually do modding, and I also don't usually stream modding, so I have no idea who or what is the target audience for this. So it's kind of an experimental thing to just like, I want to do this because I want to do this, and then we'll see if anyone wants to watch, I suppose. Okay, we have built. Time to try again. So now it should load just fine, theoretically. It's you. You're the target audience. Hell yeah. Alright. Okay, let's see if we can load a replay. Come on. No? Still no? Okay, okay. Do we have a new error? Or... No. Wait, what? I'm a dev. I enjoy watching devlog categories. Gotcha. Right. Okay, well this is weird. This is really weird, because I'm not getting a single error. I wonder what happened. It's gotta be that it probably loaded it successfully, but it's silently failing somehow, somewhere. So that's probably the deserialization. Which is actually where we're using the unsafe code, and it's possible that the unsafe code is just not executing. So if we go to our... Oh, wait. No, 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 no. I think I know what it is. Oh my god, I think I just forgot to add a piece of code. Hold on. Yeah. So in on after deserialize, I need to actually call a function in each path segment. So segment dot on after deserialize, right? No, on after replay loaded from file. There we go. So then we pass this and frames into that. Is there a good setup guide for creating mods for this game? I just searched on YouTube and I found some tutorials there, so it's relatively straightforward. Okay, so I just forgot this initialization step, where we just need to make sure that like each replay segment has a connection to the replay data. So that was the thing that was missing. Okay, so theoretically, maybe the code actually did work if we just had that piece of code. And maybe we can do the unsafe code. Maybe that is possible. Or maybe Silksong's gonna crash. Is he used the Bepinex framework? Yes, that's what I'm using, and that's what the tutorial that I found was using. Okay, come on. Come on. No, it's not working. Why not? Why not? Okay, do I have a new error at least? Nope. Okay, well. Then... I made 3 mods using a 10-minute video by Howdy on YouTube. I recognize that. I think that was the one that I saw as well. Okay, so maybe this is just not code you can run. Or actually, do I have a warning that might be relevant? No, okay. Okay, so maybe I will just... I'm gonna do the stupid version of this and then see if that works. So that would be for each frame says span, frame data, frame, frames dot add frame. Eh. Then I guess it's good to just have a little log here just to say that we reached this point. Compile. Close game. And start the game. Okay, okay. Okay. God damn it. Still not working. Why? Why? When you change something to fix an error and you get the same error, do you usually revert to the previous changes that didn't solve the bug or keep the changes? Usually what I'm doing is I'm adding more and more debugging stuff, so I usually don't revert. Okay, so it did call on after deserialize, so it did get there. Okay, did we, like, overwrite this file with, like, garbage data? Like, it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's about the same as last time. That is strange. That is strange. So what do we debug next? I suppose we should like print stuff like how many frames did it manage to find? Just like dump the process of loading that replay. I wonder if it's also possible that the playback is somehow failing. So because it's deserializing, this has to be at least somewhat successful. Okay. So let's print a bunch of stuff. Where could it go wrong? My biggest worry is probably the native array stuff. I guess that's the, like... But it could also be something stupid, like just my playback not working, but I can't see why that wouldn't work. Because I'm doing the same process. Like... this is not Visual Studio, this is Writer. JetBrains Writer. And this one just iterates through the replayers. And we're already adding a replayer there. Yeah, that should work. Okay, it's gotta be the deserialization. Okay. So replay data, deserialization is here. So this is where I want to log. Okay. First, let's log the number of frames we found. Okay, what else? I guess if we have more than 0 frames, then I also would like to print something from the first frame just to make sure that the data is there. So frames 0 dot X, maybe. Guess we can do Y as well. if we're feeling spicy. What else? Music going hard makes the problem solving so epic. Good. This is really exciting. This is the final confrontation, but it's exciting and heroic, uplifting. We're gonna get there. If we just have hope, and if we're strong enough to fight and get through this, we can do it. Oh yeah, let's print the segment count. That's also good. Okay, is there anything that I have forgotten to do here? Serialized field, all of that's serialized, that's good. Oh yeah, the slices. That is important, actually. So let's do another one of these. We'll check if segments.count is greater than 0. Okay. This is not the whole Hollow Knight plus Silksong OST on random, right? No. I've filtered it based off of... I've removed a few of them, or I removed a lot of them, but it's the songs that I like that are not super intense. Because like some songs are incredibly intense, and I'm not sure if I want to have that in the background. This is probably one of the more intense ones. So what do I want to check in the segments? Oh yeah, I want to check the slice start and slice length. Or no, actually. I specifically want to check the actual slice start and length. That's what I want to do. Maybe I should have more of the soundtrack, because they're intense, but they're also not like super loud, so it's not too bad. But it's like, do I really want to code to like Widow's theme? It's gonna be so stressful. It's like, holy shit, I need to get this done, otherwise it's over. Okay, is this good? Although there are some songs that I kind of miss, like Crust King Khan. That's a really good song. I wasn't feeling Crust King Khan the first time I heard it, and not the second or third time either. But then it grew on me after a while. I was like, damn, this is pretty good. It's probably one of the more like... It's got the heroic vibe in a very like positive way. That's kind of nice. It's not like depressing or stressful. Otherwise, Hollow Knight is pretty good at the depressing vibes and the sad, somber, melancholic tunes. Which are all great, but maybe you don't always want to have that vibe. Okay, I think we're printing quite a lot. Let's go for that and see what we get. I love the end bit where it really ramps up. Shame it ends immediately after. Yeah, I think I think it's because the soundtrack variants, they don't repeat segments, but I'm guessing like when you're like once you're in the game, I'm guessing that's just the second phase, right? And if you stay in the second phase, it's probably gonna loop that part, I imagine. But yeah, it really does feel like it ends too soon. But I guess you can probably say that about a lot of the songs. Because they do kind of do that thing where like they go through the calm section, then they do the intense section, and then it's done, which is usually not how songs are structured. So it really feels like they're doing the calm ones, phase 1, intro, and then phase 2, intense, and then it's done. But in-game, it's more dynamic than that, I think. Like Widow, for example, like the Widow fight changes to the other half of the song in the other half of the fight. And that depends on how quickly you get to phase 2. Oh, yeah, the Dung Defender one. You know what? We're doing Dung Defender next. And then we're doing Crust King Khan. I feel like Dung Defender and Crust King Khan, they're like the parallel vibes. There we go. Because they're both that vibe of like positive and heroic and slightly silly and like tacky in a way. I feel like tacky is the wrong word, but there's something there that feels not entirely serious. Like there's this I don't know how to describe it. There's a word there. You think they use the same leitmotif? Really? Do they? Campy? Campy is the right word, yes. That's probably the one. I feel like tacky is like campy, but with a negative connotation, but campy is more positive, but still sort of the same vibe. I don't think it's the same leitmotif. What is a replay mod? A replay mod is a mod that I'm making for Silksong, and the idea is that you can record gameplay of you running around the game, and then you can watch your previous replay in game, kind of like ghosts in a racing game. You know how we sometimes see ghosts of your previous attempts at a track or something? Basically that, but for Silksong. Okay. What is in the log? Oh. Oh, okay. All right. We got some data, which would explain a lot. Segment count is 0. Why? Oh wait, actually, hold on. Hold on. I should have realized that, because that's actually visible in the file. Yeah. It's not there. It didn't serialize the list. The segments are not in the replay file at all. Why? What? Why? Excuse me? Hello? JSON utility. List serialize. Okay, but I'm pretty sure I have all of this. Really appreciate there's Hollow Knight 1 music as well. Yeah, it's good music. How does modding work? Do you place a piece of code compiled in the folder? Yes, pretty much. You compile your mod into a DLL, and then using a mod loader, the mod loader basically loads and injects the DLL into the project. And that's pretty much it. Okay, so why? Does that not serialize? Okay, this song, Strive, I feel like this song goes too hard for being the first tutorial boss. Like, I feel like this song should have been saved for something more impactful, because, like, damn, this song is good. Like, why? I feel like you should put it in a more epic moment, you know? Okay, recorded path segment, serializable. We got serialized fields. So why is it not serialized? Even Writer considers this to be serialized. This is bizarre. The tutorial boss is important. It shows you who you truly are. Maybe it is, yeah. It gets reused a few times. Yeah, but if anything, that's a detriment to it. In the sense that, like, it would be cool if it was associated with a singular important event. And not just like a shrug, here's one of many battles, you know? Recorded path segment is serializable, yes. I wonder if it's because it's a class? Is that it? Like, does it have to be a struct? Yes, this one is Red Maiden from Silksong, which is played in one very specific sequence and never played again, which makes it a bit more special, right? That's kind of neat. And also, it's in a place that not every player even will find that moment. But I was lucky that I did find that moment, so I'm glad. And yes, they are fields. They are. Everything says that this is serialized by Unity at the very least. So all of this, if this was a type in Unity, if I made it into a scriptable object, it would serialize just fine. But JSON utility seems to not serialize it. So I guess the question is, what is it that JSON utility does not serialize that Unity can serialize? Sounds like the list is empty then. That would be nearly impossible. I don't know how that would be possible. Because then I would get a null reference here and I would not be able to record anything, but I did record stuff, so segment clearly exists. Unless there's like some place where I clear it or something that I forgot that I did. Doesn't look like it. If the JSON contains JSON inside itself, it's not a deserialization issue, it's a serialization issue. I mean, I guess I can try working around it with like, if I do like an array or something, maybe that's gonna be easier for it to serialize. Tend to stay away from Unity serializing when working with it. The Unity serialization, Unity would serialize this, so this is like, this is a JSON utility thing, it seems. Okay, but let's just try turning it into an array before serializing. This be the largest pair programming with 2 chat rooms live? Something like that, sure. On after deserialize. Okay, so then we do segments equals, or segments, yeah. New list. Pass the segments array. Okay. Is this going to be valid? Please? I guess I also need to delete the file, otherwise it's not going to make a new one. Okay. Let's try that. Had to look up Red Maiden. It seems like I was too invested in that fight. That happened to me so many times in my first playthrough, where like so many times I didn't really think about the music because I was thinking a lot more about how to not take contact damage during a boss fight. And it was only afterwards I could appreciate the music for like in its full glory, you know? Okay. Okay, let's try again. Wait, did I actually... Yes, okay, cool. You know what I think is really sad about the moment in Silksong where Red Maiden plays? It's supposed to be this really cool moment where you're like, you're getting your comeuppance, revenge type of thing. And it kind of sucks to die during that sequence. But they decide to switch to the Hunter's Crest. And if you played 99% of the game with a different crest, suddenly you are not used to the moveset and you die in a sequence where you're supposed to be cool and delete enemies. You know? And this even happened in my second playthrough, where like I'm supposed to be good at the game. Still happened. Okay, recording a new replay. This is supposed to be serialized in a cool, useful format. Wow. Okay, let's stop that recording. See if the file saved. It did. What? What? Where? Okay, is there like a setting for like... Does it not serialize recursively or something? Like it's supposed to support list. Wait, there was something... Oh, they're trying to serialize the list itself, but that's not what I'm doing. What's the current hurdle? JSON utility is not serializing a list, even though it is clearly serializable. So I'm trying to figure out why. Oh, hold on, hold on. Isn't that a similar problem? If you have a list of a serializable class, JSON utility will return an empty response. Yes, that is exactly the problem that I have. Instead, wrap the list collection into another class. Oh. Oh, it doesn't serialize read-only? Do I have read-only? I might actually have read-only. No, I don't. Yeah, that's because I was trying to use an array instead, as a workaround. But it was serialized before this, so if I just undo... Wow, look at that. Look at that. It was marked with serialized fields, so, you know. Okay, so according to someone, this should work if I make a wrapper type? That seems so dumb. Like, really? Salad? What's up, buddy? Why does salad make sad noises? Okay, so if I just do this, this seems wonky. You know what? I'm gonna turn this into a struct to make it even more serially. That way it always exists. Wait, why is it? Yeah, okay. On before serialize. Segment serialized. Dot segments equals segments. On after deserialized. Segments equals serialized. Segment serialized. Segments. How about that? Oh yeah, public might be necessary. Okay, let's try this dumb solution. I just realized I am super hungry. Why does the main menu do that? Wait, it sounds like you can click a save twice. I wonder if it's a mod that's causing some issue. Okay, recording. Wow, look at this recording. It's probably great. This file is gonna be amazing. Okay, stop recording. What do we got? Hit me up with the file. That might be cached. I hope that's cached. Please tell me this new version has to. It does not. What in the world is happening? How? What am I missing? Note that while 2 JSON access primitive types, instead of serializing them directly, it tends to serialize their public instance fields. Similarly, passing an array does not produce a JSON array containing each element, but an object containing the public fields of the array object itself. To serialize the actual content of an array or primitive type, you must wrap it in a class or struct. Well, I've done that. Could the native list slice cause it to freak out being a public field? Like this one? I mean, Writer isn't even marking it as Unity serializable. I can't imagine. Well, are you thinking like if that one is like causing it to fail elsewhere? Okay, just to sanity check, when we do on before serialize, let's just print the number of things in segments. Because if that's 0, then something is very wrong and very weird. And then do after deserialization too. Oh yeah, and maybe this we should mark as non-serialized just to make sure. Cool. Let's try again. Let's delete this. Let's open the video game. Oh yeah, maybe I should try using a class instead of struct, that's true. I feel like with structs, because they always exist, and they're never a reference type, it's kind of safe in that sense, I'm thinking. Is it being executed on a different thread? I would highly doubt it. Everything's main thread here. Recording a replay. Stopping it. And what's the file? And do we have errors? Null reference? Oh, I didn't even print the count. On before serialize. Wait, did it? No, it did save the file. Replay data 33. Oh yeah, I didn't. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. Print count. True. That is true. Okay. Okay. Recording the thing. Did I delete it? I forget if I deleted it. This is not the same replay. This is a different replay. Because it doesn't have the sprite sheet for attacks, which means that was a previous recording. I think I could just record another one on top. Okay. I am so baffled. What on earth is going on? Okay, I guess we'll... Okay, hold on. Wait, there might be errors. Let's look at the log. Okay, on before serialize. Segments count 1. Hold on. Oh yeah, because I'm not deserializing it now. But yeah, segment counts 1 is correct. But it just doesn't save it to the file. No on after serialize. On after serialize is not a callback, so that's not something I can use at all, so. I mean, there was this one. Replay data 43. Here. So segments was null. Okay, but that makes sense because there are no segments to load. Okay, so what the heck? Okay, here's my bet. I bet if I turned this into a struct, I think it would work. That's my hot take. My hot assumption. We're gonna do it. It's happening. We're going value type. Do we need to add new to the wrappers field? Well, I don't think we should have to make that wrapper. I think the thing they were talking about, I think is a different issue. But I guess it's possible. Oh, I'm already doing a new for the wrapper. So that's covered. Okay, but now I'm gonna try the struct variant. We're just gonna go for a list. It says everywhere the list is supported, the list of string is serializing just fine. So if we turn segments into a list of a struct, that should mean that none of this, there are no references, all of this is data that lives in the list itself. It should all be completely fine. Okay, so what do we need to change? We need to initialize all the variables. Right. There's a cat on my left, or my right arm right now, which is making this a little bit harder than it should be. Is created true? That shouldn't matter because I'm not serializing the native list. What? Oh, scene name, probably. No, wait, what does it want me to initialize? Replay. Oh. Well, that can just be null. That's okay. Or wait. Oh my god, Thor. Your entire body. Wait, why was that? How did that work before? Like, not assigning this? Oh, maybe it's just unused. That's probably why. Okay. Okay, it's a struct, and the rest of my code seems okay with this, so I guess everything's gonna be fine. I don't think I'm using references to this anyway, so... Or wait, hold on. I need to double check the recorder. Record frame. Segments add. Ooh, yeah, no, okay. So this would be a problem. I think, because this would be a copy now. But if I do this, then it's not a copy, right? Or no, you can only do that with arrays, not lists, right? Yeah, okay, never mind. Never mind. Or, wait, yeah, arrays, but not lists. I don't know if I said that. How about you revert and just make a list of structs and check the assumption that the same would work first? I mean, that's what I'm doing now, right? It's a list of structs. I don't have the wrapper anymore. Okay. Let's try again. Can you hear the purring? Oh yeah, Thor was in my lap for a bit. K7 cure. I don't know what that says because I cannot read those characters. But maybe K7 cure is just speedrunning to shorten the dialogue. Okay, wait, oh shit, wait. I think I might have forgotten to delete this file. Yeah, that's an old file. Okay, let's try again. Recording, some attacks. Okay. All right, come on. What? What? How? How is this not possible? Why JSON and not binary? Well, right now it's a mix. It's JSON, but then I've also got binary data in my JSON for the frame data. The reason I'm using JSON is because, like, it's easier to debug and iterate. If I had this issue with a binary encoding, this would take way longer to debug. So it's a time saver. Are you sure that the clear isn't being called? Before you copy the frame data, it's really hard to see the code. I mean, like, where would that be? Like, on before serialize, segments.count is 1, which is correct. None of these touch the segments. Line 39 clears this, which is the native list, which is not serialized. So this is unrelated to the segments. Nothing, and I'm printing here when loading, but it's already too late here. When loading here, the data doesn't even exist in the file. So whatever's happening here kind of doesn't matter because it's not serialized. The problem is that it's not serialized at all. And we can see that by looking at the JSON file because it's not here. If it was serialized, we would see the segments here. We would see segments, it's a colon, like this, and then there would be stuff here. Like it would look like this if it worked, right? But it's not. So somehow it's not serializing segments. And I'm trying to figure out why. I don't get it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I see no reason anywhere why this would not serialize. I'm so confused. Do we try the different JSON thing? What's it called? JSON convert? I think we're gonna try a different one. Are you using Harmony? Sometimes. This mod isn't using Harmony a lot though. But I've used it in other mods. I think no, do I use it here? In a few places, I think. Okay, serialized object returns a string. Okay, so Let's see, how would I do this? I would need to make a... Yeah, like a public string serialize to JSON. And then I call on before serialize, and then return JSON convert dot to, or wait, serialize objects. And then I guess this. Are there any indented? Sure, that seems nice. JSON serializer settings. What's available here? I forget what the default behavior of this one is. It like it serializes public fields? I haven't used this one for a while. Had weird issues with Harmony, but only when using postfix, and never prefix gave me issues, right? It seems to have been working fine for me. It has properties and fields, public. Okay. Alright, well... Okay, non-serialized is a... non-serialized seems to be a system thing, so I'm guessing it listens to non-serialized, at least. But serialized field, I think is Unity's own thing, so it's probably going to ignore serialized field. But I think it's going to respect non-serialized, because that's a Microsoft thing. Okay, so... I guess it's in file IO. Try save replay. Okay, so instead of doing that, we're now gonna do replay dot serialize to JSON. That's it, actually. I guess we don't have to do the deserialization yet. Or you know what? Let's actually do that. Is there a public repo where we can see some of the code? Not yet. It's not even in version control yet, so. That make debugging easier? Well, ideally, you shouldn't have to do that, you know? That should be my job as the streamer. But clearly it's not working out super well. When you use a list wrapper class, shouldn't you have seen the empty class in your JSON? Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure. Wow, look at this replay. Okay, how did this serialize? Did it serialize? Did it turn into anything? No, it serializes just fine. It's perfectly fine. What the fuck? Why did Unity's not serialize? Okay, well, what was the fix? The fix was use a different JSON serializer. So, I figured like if the fields are serialized by Unity, like if the thing would serialize as a scriptable object or whatever, then JSON utility should also serialize it. Clearly, that's not the case. I think the Unity serializer expect primitive types. Really? I thought it was the same rules as the general serialization rules. Okay, well. Alright. Very normal. Okay, so the problem is that it's serializing too much. I think it's serializing properties. Unity has historically not had great support for lists, dictionaries, etc. The thing is, that type of serialization that you're talking about, that one can serialize the case that I have right now. It's specifically the JSON utility that doesn't serialize it, even though Unity would serialize this in Unity's own serialization system. So this problem is not Unity's own serialization system. This problem is specifically JSON utility. Which is weird, because I would have expected that to work the same way as Unity serialization. But okay. JSON ignore attribute. Well, the question is, did it respect non-serialized? Because if so, I can keep on using that. Let's see, replay data. We had non-serialized file path. File path is not serialized. Okay, so it seems to actually care about this. That's good. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna change this back to a class because now we have a proper serialization system. Okay, so these are the ones that I tried to serialize, so we're not going to serialize those. Oh, that's not valid on properties. Okay. JSIB? JSIB ignore. This is the new... JSIB is the new JSON. Wait, really? Oh, okay. Unity's docs explicitly state they use the built-in serializers. Well, Ripperino. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Oh, because I'm looking at the segment. Right, hold on. Frame count toleration time start. Yes, okay. And then we got the replay data, where these should also be ignored. I mean, I guess I could... I'm thinking maybe it's actually useful just for, like, anyone looking at the replay. It might be nice to be able to see these properties, actually, even though it's technically not needed. Because, like, if you're reading a replay file, maybe it's nice to see that, like, oh, I spent this amount of seconds in like, this scene. It's actually kind of nice to be able to see that. It's not that much more data compared to, like, the frame data, right? I think I changed my mind. I think this is actually kind of nice to have in the JSON data, completely for user readability purposes. Okay, and then the segments. Oblique? Public? There we go. Although these are definitely a JSON ignore situation. Not that I think it would even try, but just for sanity. And these should also be here if you like. Salad! What's up? Okay, I might need to let Salad in. Salad? Hey. Hey, Salad. Yeah, come on there, buddy. Come on. Doop, doop, doop. It's Salad. Zoom. Ow, 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 ow. Let me go full screen, Salad. Let me go full screen. Zoom. Hey. Hello. Okay, ow, ow, ow. That's ow. Ow. Hey, hey. Mr. Pants. Hey. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Eep, beep, boop. Eep, beep, beep. Eep, beep, boop. Zoop. Boop, boop. Hey. Hello. Look at these pants. Look at how much fluff. Like, why is there there's like pants for the entire family? You have too much pant. You've got too much pantaloons. Mm-hmm. Hey. Hello. Nip, nip. Wait, what happened to the music? Oh. It's fine. Okay. You missed your old turbo needy branch manager cookie. White ginger made it to 20 years old bullying me working on my desk. Oh. 20 years is a good amount. Switch track as you put the headset on? Oh, okay. Salad, I just let you in. You were just now screaming on the other side. I don't understand this man. Okay, well, theoretically then, we should be able to close the game and then load the replay that it saved, right? Now that it actually serialized. Okay. This song is the Dartmouth, the first town you get to. Okay, it's still not loading. So why is that? Oh my god. Salad jumped the gates, so... Of course! It's not like I let him in just now, and now he has to... Oh my god. And I also realized why it's not deserializing correctly. Because I forgot to call on after deserialize after deserializing. So that would be here. Let's see, deserialize object. Yes, here. So replay on after deserialize. That makes sense. So let's try again. No! Why did I close that? Maybe it's a sign. It's a sign that I don't need to have that file visible anymore. I don't need to delete it and try again because it's already perfect. It's gonna work now. Salad. What? I wonder if Salad thinks Gumpy is being boring. Maybe he just wants to play with Gumpy, but Gumpy is too tired. Okay, let's see. Load. Come on. Why did you not load? That should have loaded. Exception? Excuse me? Failed to load replay. Exception has been thrown by the target of an invocation. Eh? I'm pretty sure I switched the deserializer. I'm being distracted by... I can hear that Salad is doing shenanigans. It's in file IO here. Yeah, I'm using JSON convert here. But where's this error coming from then? Exception has been thrown by the target of an invocation. What does that mean? I guess I didn't even get the call stack because I didn't actually throw. I just caught it. Okay, so what kind of exception is this? This seems like it's probably a standard exception. That was not what I thought I copied. Azure Active Directory Sync. That's not... Okay, it looks like this is a very non-specific thing then. Okay. Was the file locked from writing when you tried to read it? I don't know why it would be locked. I'm doing everything synchronously. And also reading should be fine. I'm not... Yeah. I mean, I guess it was open here, but I feel like that shouldn't stop it from reading. What became of the VJ/corner code project? What? VJ/corner? What? What are we talking about? Okay, build. Gotta make sure it's built. Yes, cool. I'm bad at eating. I'm eating Mentos right now because that's a good substitute when you're hungry, right? Memory like a fish. Check. Was that an insult? What's going on with bone circuit? Okay, it's not loading here, which is expected because I'm just logging. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh boy. Recorded path segment. Runtime constructor. Can I disable word wrapping? Yes. Mm-hmm. Recorded path segment 51. Oh. Wait, why isn't... Wait, why is it calling this constructor? Try load replay. File IO. 43. Okay, I'm suspecting that the JSON deserialization is it just picking a constructor at random? That seems kind of weird if that's what it's doing. But it kind of seems like that's what's happening here. So file IO line 43. This line, this is what I would expect. So it's in deserialized object. Create object using creator with parameters. Runtime constructor invoke. It is literally calling the constructor at line 51, which is, yeah, it's here. Why is it calling this constructor? Is it because it doesn't have an empty constructor? It's just trying the best fit? Or, like, do I need an empty one for this to be happy? Oh, it tries to find? Okay. Okay. There we go. That should do it then. That's sneaky. That's very sneaky. Illegal. I need to stop eating so many Mentos. I should just actually get something to eat. I don't want to eat on stream. I just want this to work. But it's gonna work this time, right? Like the 54th time's the charm, you know? Alright. Wow. This does not work. We tried and we failed. That should have loaded a replay, but it did not. Oh god. Wait, there's an assertion that's false? Excuse me? Can't compare a time to a zero length segment. Excuse me? So when deserializing, the slice length is 0. That's weird. That probably means... Oh my god, why does it scroll to the bottom every time? Be a little bit smarter, Notepad. Probably because the game is still logging. Okay, on after deserialize. So this is called segment count is 1, which is good. Everything is printing fine, except that the segment slice sizes is not correct, which suggests that this thing is not doing its job. Or that slice start and slice length isn't actually initialized, or that this constructor does not actually set these values, but it does. Okay, what does the file look like? Damn it, I actually did need the file. Oh. Oh yeah, it actually does write 0 into the slices. It's because on before serialize is not called. That's it. That is why. I wonder if there's a callback for that. There's gotta be. JSON callback before serialization. On serializing. Well, which one is on before serializing? I guess on serializing is before then, or? Before serialization, okay. I feel like on serializing very much sounds like during serializing and not before, but... wait, what was it? On serializing? Agreed, but naming is hard. Well, not this name. Okay. And then on serialized. And then these segments. This was the one that was not being called. I am calling some of these manually now, so I need to make sure to not call them, uncall them, decall them. Okay. So that was probably in here? Wait, where's... Oh yeah, because I called it in here. Right. Okay. Well, now I don't really need this function at all, so... Bye. Replay. Do the other attribute need to be on deserialize? Oh, maybe, hold on. Yes. Good catch. Thank you. I actually kind of like naming. It's like an interesting exercise in like refinement and finding like a way to exclude things and include things that you want and try to like resolve ambiguity as much as possible. I think it's kind of a fun. It's a fun exercise. It's kind of like it's similar to the exercise of like how would you describe a word without being able to use that word in and of itself, or like or rather how would you define a word? Like if someone gives me a word, then I'm supposed to give a definition of that word. And I kind of like that thought exercise because you need to consider like what is it about this word that makes this particular word unique? Because if you say a definition that matches other things, then that's not a good definition for that word. Which I think is kind of an interesting like linguistic exercise, I guess. Obviously the domain for code is a lot smaller, so it's a bit easier there, but like I had a thing the other day because like okay. The phrase in lieu of. If someone says, we're using a car in lieu of a bus. To me, that means that the bus was a preferred option, but we're using a car instead, right? But when I Googled for like what in lieu meant, every definition everywhere said it's synonymous to instead of. Like instead of and in lieu were listed as synonymous. But in my mind, that's not true. Because in my mind, in lieu of has a connotation that has like a preferential bias, where like instead of is a very neutral term. It could be we're just swapping something out for something else, and that's kind of neutral. But when we're saying in lieu of, it means that we would have preferred the original option, but we are unfortunately gonna go with this option. Like, that's the difference to me between those two phrases. Yeah, or like in absence of this other thing. That's a better definition, yeah. But I was kind of like, I felt so gaslit when I was like Googling for this, and every website was like, oh, it means instead of. And I'm like, no, not really, does it? I mean, it's close, it's very close, but there's like a vibe difference and an implication that's like underneath the surface, right? That's just a French phrase. Using it in English instead of is definitely a choice you're making. Yeah, exactly. Because like in English, it has a different meaning, I assume, right? Because in French, it literally means instead of, right? But in English, it's different, right? Because like clearly, you would just say instead if you meant instead. Or maybe you want to be like fancy and use fancy language to sound smart. But like in my mind, it's like, no, it does have a specific meaning. It's not synonymous. So I don't know. And then people were like, oh no, like in lieu of does have that negative or like preferential connotation, yes, but instead of also has that. And then I felt gaslit by that. And I'm like, I mean, I guess it can, but not always. But in lieu of always does, in my mind. Instead of can have a connotation that's negative, but it can also have a connotation that's positive or neutral. But in lieu of is a subset of instead of. It's a subset that's more on the preferring something that we can't have, so we have a fallback, less preferential option type of vibe. Anyway. But that's also like that's also like my intuition around this, and I'm not a native speaker, so like maybe I'm just completely like not understood maybe I didn't get the memo on how it's supposed to be used, but that was my vibe with that word, and I don't know. I was so confused about the results I found when googling for it, and the responses I got when I asked about it. Super confusing. Okay, did I catch all the... Okay, on deserialized. And on serializing. On serializing, on deserialized. Okay, cool. Just find your channel. What do you mean by replay mod? I'm making a mod where you can record your gameplay in Silksong, and then you can play it back while you're in-game, kind of like ghosts in a racing game. So you can like run next to your previous recording, or run next to someone else's recording. If you're a speedrunner, you can use your previous runs to run against, or maybe you want to run against a different speedrunner or something. Or maybe you want to record 5,000 replays and then play them back at the same time. Who knows? The possibilities are not quite endless. They are still restricted within the confines of what's possible, but you know. Okay, is there any place where I do call this one, but I think that's okay. Because that's not the serialization callbacks. Okay, I think we're ready to try again. Still don't like that I can't name Ridibody in Unity. Well, the trick there is that you always name it RB. And then anytime you see RB in a mono behavior, that is always Ridibody. And the same thing with transform, you just write TF. That's transform. And if you stick to that as a consistent convention, you're gonna have a more readable code. It's shorter and nicer. Isn't that nice? Okay, come on. It did not work, I think, because then it would load. God damn it. Really? Virtual method void on before serialize cannot be marked with system.runtime.serialization. Virtual? Is it because I'm... Is it because it's an interface implementation? It just considers it virtual? I guess I don't need the attribute anymore, so... I mean, I wouldn't call it virtual, but you know, guess, sure. Let's try it again. This will be fire for those videos of teaching an AI to play Silksong. Will it? It's not a, this is not a taskbot, by the way. It's just a visual replay. It's not actually capable of playing the game for you. So it's not a taskbot, right? Okay. It did not load this time either. What now? Replay data must have a single parameter of type system.runtime.serialization.streaming context. Wow. Okay, cool. Do I actually need that? Or are you just being annoying about it? Like, I don't see myself using this parameter. Oh wait, that's not the... Hold on, sorry. I'm just mindlessly pasting code. There we go. I don't know about the deserialized though, but I presume it's gonna want the context everywhere, right? I guess the website, maybe it said. Yep, it's got the context everywhere. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, because you multiple iterations side by side? Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I was more thinking the, what? Error? What do you mean error? Oh. Oh wait, I should not call that. Or wait, hold on. Hold on. Or no, wait, okay, I am calling that one. Okay, never mind. I got confused. It's fine. Yeah, I was more thinking about the, there are these videos from Trackmania, which is a racing game. And in Trackmania, you can view multiple replays at the same time. So there used to be a lot of these projects that were, they were usually called like the K projects, like 10K project or the 20K project, where people recorded 20,000 replays and then someone would make a cinematic where they played back. There still is. I mean, I'm sure there's still people who enjoy playing Pong, but I don't know if it's still in the cultural peak anymore. But yes, I'm sure people still make them. But they're great. They're really cool. And I am trying to design this with that in mind, where like, it would be cool if it was theoretically possible to make a video like that, but with Silksong. Like you would record thousands of hornets, and then you would be able to do something like that. That would be super cool. Racing around Sprint Master's track. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out like what would be a good... What's a good route? Because there is a bit of a science to like trying to figure out a route that would be interesting to watch. Because like you don't want to put too many divergent things early in the route. Because like, for example, if you start with a boss fight, for example, there's immediately going to be a lot of variance. Some people are going to be able to do it really quickly. Some people are going to take a long time. And so all of a sudden, all of the replays are going to be spread out in time quite a lot. But there's a benefit to not spreading them out too much in the beginning, because then you get this really cool liquidy, everybody sort of flowing together type of vibe. So I feel like in the beginning you would want to have mostly platforming segments, and then maybe some basic combat just to spread it out a little bit, and then maybe nearing the end you can have some kind of boss fight and then a little bit of platforming and then end, I think. Would be awesome to see the replay in the map. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you mean like when you open the map? Yes, I've considered adding that as well, yeah. That would be cool. Curious to see 100 mushroom climbs in there. Yeah, like vertical climbs I think would be really interesting. Like it could pick some sections of the big, what's it called? The Blasted Steps shaft. The one that goes all the way down to Bone Bottom. Or the vertical section in like, there's one in Shellwood, or several in Shellwood. Yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of places where you could have an interesting trickle of hornets. Okay. Still doesn't load. Okay, what's wrong this time? What did I do? What did I do wrong this time? Please tell me what parameters I'm missing. The aesthetic niceness of the Trackmania case style was the moment when all the cars start to diverge. Yeah, but the thing is that you have to like, you can only do that so much before it becomes too noisy, right? But you need some amount of diversion though. Otherwise it's just going to be a bundle of the same hornet, right? I feel like the surface climb does not qualify as Path of Pain because it's so much of the surface climb is the same motion. It's the jump, harpoon, double jump, grab a wall. That's in reverse. And then they repeat that so many times. Which feels kind of... it's kind of boring. I feel like they could have done so much more. Okay, so why is it still 0? That is confusing. Oh wait, because that's literally what I serialized to the file. That's why. Oh my god. I just need to delete the file and do it again. Record a new one. Gonna get a coffee. How's your water, Freya? I should have more water. I should also really go eat something. Okay. There we go. That should save a file. Please, for the love of God, serialize the... Yes. Good. That's what I want to see. Okay, now for the final test. Can we load this replay? And if we can, I can finally go get something to eat. And then I will be done for today. I did not expect this to take so long. Okay, come on. Oh my god, it's working. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We got serialization. Oh my god, it is working. Neat. That replay up there, this one was loaded from a genuine, goddamn, honest-to-God file. We did it. Can you imagine files? What a concept. Even Thor is excited. Thor is poking all of you in chat. Okay, we did it. I think that's the world record. Exactly. This is a world record replay system for Silksong. Okay, well. Okay, Blue SR better not raid me again. Because I'm just about to end the stream and I'm so hungry. That would be a bad moment. Because I would feel forced to stick around. So I plan to record enemies at some point too. Maybe, I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided because like, I don't know, there's an argument to be made that like you'd want it to be something more than just a ghost viewer, in which case you would expect to be able to record enemies and you would expect audio to work and you would expect things like the room transitions should work. Like you should be able to view replays and it should be as if someone is playing the game. And that gets a lot more complicated if it's supposed to like basically replicate everything you can do in game. Which is anywhere from really difficult to very difficult. Yeah, so I'm not sure yet. I do think it would be really fun to record audio cues, because it would be cool if you could actually like hear the tippy taps of the footsteps and all of that. But yeah, like as soon as you start involving other entities in the game, like I don't know, like opening a door or whatever, and then the question is like, okay, so if I load multiple replays and they open doors at different moments in time, do I show every door, or do I only do that for enemies, or do I do like a distance thing where you can only see them if they're close to the replay that the enemy is associated with? I don't know. Yeah, so like it's not a replay. It's not really a replay viewer where you can watch someone play the game. That's more the job of a taskbot, right? Yeah. I'd imagine we'd hit an audio replay limit quite quick for concurrent sound. That might be true. I don't know how well. Well, actually, you know what? Unity does have a function called play scheduled, which means that I think it can bake the sounds ahead of time. Which means that it doesn't have to process all of that in real time. Because you can kind of asynchronously queue up sounds. The only case where it wouldn't really work the way you would want it to is like if you pause the playback or something, you would have to interrupt the queued sounds. But I think that might, if we're lucky, that might work around some of those limitations. If it works the way that I would want it to. But maybe it doesn't. Because there might still be some real-time effects like reverb and whatnot, but then maybe it's going to do the reverb on the mix rather than individual sounds. I'm so glad this works. Hell yeah. Okay, there is actually one thing that I also want to check. So I'm gonna delete this replay and we're gonna record a new one. So I do want to see if I can record multiple rooms. So if I leave this room, and then come back, maybe do some wiggles. Okay. then restart the game, and then see if it loads a replay. Ooh, actually, this is incorrect. Why slice start 0? It looks like it's just the full range. That looks deeply incorrect. I'm guessing this is not gonna work. This is gonna look very wonky. Why does this work? The heck? Why does it work? This is not supposed to work. What? This should be broken. Because the data it's serializing looks incorrect. It's putting slice start at 0. Excuse me? Oh no, wait. I think it works because it's a search. It has to search. It's just that all of the sections search from the start of the entire replay. But the timestamp doesn't match. So it actually gets into the actual interval that belongs to that section. So it works, but it's unnecessarily grabbing and searching through way more data than it should. So that's it. This is wrong. It should be the other way around, I think. I think slice start should be the frame count. A slice length should be 0. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, let's delete that. Try one last time. See if multi-room stuff works. There's a cat in my lap right now. Okay, multi-room. Wow. Silence jumping. Okay. You doing okay, buddy? Yeah? Do you need help? He seems fine. Okay, we saved that replay. Now we exit the game. Look at the serialized data. Does it look correct? Yes. Yes, this looks correct. So now this starts on the frame after this ends. And that's correct. Although slice length looks incorrect though. I think. Or no, probably not. Wait, hold on. What's the total frame count? No, that's correct. Yeah, total frame count is 1,200. Awesome, cool. Then that means the serialized data is correct. Which means if this loads correctly, we're in a good spot. We're doing great. It only took like the entire stream of 5 hours because JSON serialization, or Unity's JSON serializer, is wonky. Okay, load. My god, look at that. Look at that. Good job, Hornet. Do those backflips. Hell yeah. Do those distractions where Salad is grabbing your attention. Great. Do some slideys. Zoom, zoom. And then do a scuttle brace instead of a down dash. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It is working. Did you finish serialization yet? Yes, I just made it work. This replay in the background here is loaded from an honest-to-God file, so it just started working. I haven't done the UI for this yet. I'm gonna do that some other time because I am way too hungry to stream for longer, and also it's kind of late. Oh my god. Well, this was kind of annoying that Unity's serializer or Unity's JSON utility bit me in the butt, but that's life sometimes. Unity and we're in an abusive relationship. It's just the way it is. Alright, thanks for joining everybody. Thor has some last words? Yeah, do you want to talk to chat? Mister? Hey? What's up? Purr? Purr, okay. Is that it, buddy? Do you want to say something? Mister? Meh. Okay, buddy. You're just gonna sit there? So you are pressing buttons. Oh, okay, be careful. Hey, Toast. Hello. Toasty. Toast hasn't been much on stream. Alright. Thanks everybody for joining. We got serialization up and running. This means we are getting very close to like a first draft that's like usable by someone other than me. I think the next stream I'm probably going to do a lot of UI stuff, like implementing all of the features like start recording when you enter a new room or stop recording when you die, like that kind of stuff. So all of the like in-game triggers that you might want to use. And that stuff should all be a lot easier than fighting with JSON utility and hidden behavior. Yeah. Is there anything else I would like to shout out? Shoutouts to Toast, who is right here behind me. Toast is Salad's brother. He's a bit more shy on camera, but he's around. He's hanging out. Shoutouts to Thor over here. Send some thoughts and prayers because Thor is going to get his ears inspected at the vet in a couple of days. And shout outs to Salad, who's bothering me every stream. And I think that's it. Oh, and also, Thor, you're sitting on my mouse. I also have a cat on my desk. That makes this very difficult. I have a Patreon, in case you want to support the stuff that I do. Is my command not working? My command is not working. Well, it's something like patreon.com/AceKickmo, I think. That might work. I don't know. Who knows? But I have a Patreon, in case you want to support the stuff that I do financially. And on my Patreon, you get absolutely nothing because I want my stuff to be freely available to as many people as possible. And so it's mostly just a place in case you want to financially support me, but there's not really any like a reward you get from my Patreon. Yeah. Once a year, I sometimes share something that's unique there. Like your math videos. Thank you so much, D. Thanks for the $10. But yeah, thanks everybody. Hope y'all have a nice day. Oh, I should probably find someone to raid on Twitch. But I guess I can end the YouTube stream regardless. Alright, bye everybody on YouTube. See you next time.